Test 1 2, check test 1 2 3. Well, good morning, sports fans, and welcome to our final girls edition of MWPA Polo. We're coming to you live here today on the campus of University of Michigan in the Donald B. Canham Natatorium. I'm Joey Sutherland. Joining me at some point today will be my tag team partner, Harrison Watt. Joining us as well will be Matt Latham. Our director and producer is the legendary Chase Joseph. And, of course, we want to thank all of you for joining us here on the final day of the 2022 Women's MWPA State Championship. In the 8th place game, the battle for 7th place, I beg your pardon, our first game here today taking place in about 5 minutes, it will be Skyline and Grand Blanc. Now, the one thing I always say about this game is, you know what? We've lost 2 games, and both teams have lost 2 games going into this first game of the end of the tournament. You got to realize that there are right now 40 other teams who would cut off a couple arms and maybe a leg to be here right now, even if they lost their first 2 games. To make it to the championship tournament, you have had to go through your districts and your regions to earn the right to be here. So whether you're 0-2 in the state championship and only playing, and I say only in huge parentheses, only playing for 7th and 8th place respectively, I can guarantee you right now, without a doubt, that if you talk to Maddie or you talk to Raheem or to Jared, and that's the coaches of East Lansing Hotel, East Grand Rapids, and East Kentwood, 3 teams that were definitely strong enough, and maybe even Dave Rujink from Zeeland, they would do just about anything short of sell their soul to the devil to be here right now. And so what we're in store is actually a huge game. And let's not forget, we talked about this if you watched the streams yesterday. This is the first time ever the girls team from Grand Blanc has made it to the state tournament. So honestly, folks, there's nothing about this that is like, it's just another game. No, it's not another game. You are playing in the state championship on the last day. So I have nothing, and I mean nothing, but respect for these 2 teams here. And I know that, especially knowing both of the coaches, that they are not here to just finish out the season. They're here to play, and they're here to win, and they're going to give you good polo. In fact, before going on the air today, Harrison and I were talking about it, and we think this could be very possibly another one of those great games that you're about to see here today on the MWPA network. You got 2 exceptional coaches, and Emily Overmeyer for the Bobcats of Grand Blanc, and of course Rebecca Godek, Reb for the Skyline squad. I'm watching them now as they're getting ready and preparing for the start of this game. This is going to be good water polo, folks. So sit back and enjoy it. Thanks for joining us here. As I like to call it, anything that's in the AM, water polo and coffee, 2 things that don't normally go hand in hand, but man, do they work out nice together. And I am on cup number 2 here this morning. I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope you enjoy it throughout the day. Remember, our next couple of games, this is the 7th, 8th place game. At approximately 11:15, it will be Ann Arbor Huron and Ann Arbor Pioneer duking it out once again to find out who's going to be 5th and 6th respectively. Around 12:30, we're going to have Granville and Jenison in the battle for 3rd place and 4th place. And then finally, the granddaddy of them all, the championship game here, will be Hudsonville versus Rockford. That will take place about 1:45. Lauren Weiss has blown the whistle. The ball was dropped by Andy Terrian. Those are 2 officials, and we're underway. The opening sprint was won by the Bobcats, so Grand Blanc will have it. I beg your pardon. It will be Skyline that has it, but there's an ordinary foul. So now it'll be Grand Blanc that has a counter opportunity right off the bat. A perfect feed onto Grasso. Grasso has the inside track, cuts in, inside 5, inside 4, inside 3, wants to shoot it, fires it. What a save there. Tracy with her first save of the game, and that was a big one. You definitely want that momentum early on, and she was able to deny it. So a great job there by Aaliyah Tracy, and now it is Skyline coming back the other way. Right side wing, tries to get it down to the hole set, does. Could have been an ordinary foul, no call there. Tries to step away, takes a shot, cross cage, off the mark. Nicely done there by Konensberg. I had to double check there, I apologize, couldn't see the number. Konensberg with a shot, it was off the mark. And back with a pass from, I gotta see, who chases that, 1 or 1A in the, it is 1, so they did go back to Massey. I did not think, and we have our first kick out here. So golden opportunity here for Grand Blanc, 6-on-5, as the kick out was called on Heisel. Swings it over, gets it down low. Oh, kicks it out. Should have been a shot there. Now they're trying to cycle it around. Takes a shot, deflected, loose ball. Who's going to get it? And it's going to be Tracy. Possession will go to the Eagles. A great job there by Skyline of killing off that 6-on-5. Nearly 2 minutes gone in the first quarter, still no score. Up it comes, trying to turn, swimming in, bringing it in, continuing to bring it in. That's Deininger. Deininger, I thought she was going to get sloughed with some help. It doesn't come. Now she goes cross cage. Nice field block there. Who got that field block there? I believe that was number 20, Hartwell. It was, and now it will be Grand Blanc back on the offense. Gets it to about mid-pool where they'll set up. Swim over, but no call there. You know, it's always funny because everybody that's involved in these broadcasts is either a coach, a player, or a combination of both at one point. There was a foul. What do we got? Offensive foul is called. Possession will go back to Ann Arbor Skyline. With the rock right now, it is Aaliyah Tracy. She fires it up to mid-pool. That is right now Cosma. Cosma gets a bailout ordinary foul. I thought that was a clean pick by Walcott. Now bringing it up the pool, trying to swim around. Oh, she got great position, but she gave it up. Looked like she drew an ordinary. No call there. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Back up to the point it comes. And a good jump, but just off the mark there once again was Hartwell. Opportunity. She was outside 6. Waits too long. That's going to be a ball under, and possession's going to go back to Grand Blanc. She is live. She can go the distance. That she being Sarah Hartwell. But she now slows it down and is going to wait for her teammates. Good defensive work there, though. And maybe, ordinary foul called. Outside 3, or outside 6, she can shoot it. Lob shot. Oh. Okay, apparently there's a very late kick out called. And that must have been from Andy Terrian because I did not see Lauren call it. That's going to the foul is going to be called on Deininger. So it's a 6-on-5 here for Grand Blanc, their second of the game. There's the shot, hits the post, missed, and a nice job defensively scooping it up and giving it. That was, I believe it was Jory Chow who picked it up and now fires it to her goalie, Tracy, who brings it up the pool. Now they get it over to Deininger. Deininger tries to pass it into semi-safe water. 1-on-2, though, and that's going to be, a 5 meters called. At worst, I thought that was going to be a kick out. I did not think that was a guaranteed goal, but that's the discretion of Lauren Weiss. She said she had inside track and it was a reach over. She calls it a 5 meter. So the first kick out, and I'm not sure who they gave it to. I believe they gave it to number 7, which would be there. Here comes the shot. It hits the cage. Missed, but she gets a rebound. Nobody else there. She scores! Padding her own stat is Allie Deininger. She took the 5 meter, hit the crossbar. Nobody was there, swam up, picked it up, and buried the biscuit in the basket, and it's 1-zip Skyline with 3:47 to go in the first. Crazy couple of seconds here in this first game. Trailing for the first time here today, it is Lydia Ferguson bringing it up now for the Bobcats. Gets the ordinary foul. Pops it. Thinks about it. Now she's going to put the lob shot up. Oh, that did not miss by much. Tracy was not watching for that one. She was fooled. That was a huge break there for Skyline. Lauren Weiss says, get back inside 2 before you start it. Now you're good to go. She could pop it and swim it up herself. Instead, she decides to just swim it forward. Ordinary foul called. I like the pressure attack there by Hartwell. Oh, right down the middle, though, goes Deininger. She gets inside 4, behind 4 different And what was called an off? No, a 5-meter. That one must have been called by Andy. I didn't see it over here. So the second straight 5-meter is called on Grand Blanc, and an opportunity for Skyline to make it 2-zip. This time she puts the biscuit in the basket, and it is now 2-zip Skyline. So that's weird. The first 2 kickouts were called on Skyline, and the last 2 kickouts, which were both called 5 meters. And to be honest with you, again, those are we talked about this at the MWPA board meeting last night at the conclusion of the tournament. Judgment calls are judgment calls, and you're always going to have those. But it is, I thought both of those were kickouts, but I didn't think either one was a 5-meter. Judgment call, I'm not second-guessing the officials. That's just my opinion. Ordinary foul. She's outside 6. Can shoot it. Lob shot. Puts up. Scores! You knew it. There is definitely the chink in the armor of Aaliyah Tracy is that little lob shot, and doing it to perfection there was Hartwell. She gets her first goal of the game. It's 2-1 Skyline.
Taking a lot of those this weekend. Taking a lot of lob shots this weekend. And early on in the tournament, didn't really get a lot of opportunities to put them on cage. She scored the first goal of Grand Blanc's tournament, but that time able to put the biscuit in the basket, as you say. We got new shirts, by the way. They're spelled correctly now, and they're now on sale.
Oh, I did. How did you get it that quick? Did they print them last night?
Rebecca Godek, she's just a wizard.
Nice shot there on goal, a little bit high over the mark. That was Konigsberg. You not hearing me?
No, I can hear you just fine. Just having some small.
I don't blame you if you didn't want to hear me, but
Joey, everybody wants to hear you. You're a celebrity. We're selling T-shirts with your face on them.
I'm telling you. Oh, another lob shot. This time just off the mark. I got a lot of slack for allegedly goofing on you yesterday, saying that the Granville coaching staff has done a great job in spite of the fact that they were attached to you.
Well, you know what, Joey, as they say in politics these days, facts don't care about your feelings. And, you know.
But apparently some of the Granville parents care about yours, because I was the big meanie on that one.
I got a good laugh out of it. It's all good. Those kids have definitely done a stellar job. Played themselves almost into a state championship game last night.
Absolutely, and we've had some great polo this weekend.
Oh, what a weekend, Joey. This has been one of the best in MWPA history.
Look at this drive-in. Oh, why did she stop? She had a clear path lob shot, and that time Tracy is able to keep it out of the back of the net.
Well, it was a lob shot short side. Those aren't going to go very often. You got to go cross cage with it if you're going to make it. But Aaliyah Tracy was backed up towards the goal line because she knows, hey, they're trying to hit me with the lob shot. So if I back up a little bit, I'm going to have a better opportunity to knock that away.
All right, still 2-1 Skyline on top. Final 80 seconds of the first quarter here. Thanks for joining us on the MWPA Network. Great defensive work right now by the Bobcats. Gets it up, 2 seconds on the shot clock. She's not going to get it off. She tries to dump it. A shot clock violation. Possession will go back to Grand Blanc with an opportunity to tie it up. Nobody saw, all by her lonesome right there was Walcott. And the sophomore was saying, please see me, please. Nobody saw her, and now it's just going to be ordinary offense.
Your first look should always be straight up the pool every time.
That's Polo 101, honestly.
I like that play by Sarah Hartwell there. Ooh, long center cage lob.
No, I mean, I used to get so mad, and I still talk about it, that I think the lob shot is only effective in certain situations and shouldn't be a major shot.
There's going to be a goaltending play here. They're just bringing her up the pool. I think Rebecca feels like no one can shoot the ball the length of the pool, so they're going to let Aaliyah Tracy pull something off here, a little bit of 7-on-6 offense. We actually talked about this last night when we were talking, so here's Aaliyah Tracy.
And she scores! Oh, give the assist on that one to number 3, Deininger, but the goal goes to Aaliyah Tracy, the all-region second team, and congratulations with her first goal of the state tournament. And you can see Coach Rebecca Godek is certainly excited about how that finished.
Skip low left. If you're a goalie, you got 2 options. You want to take a long shot that hangs up in the air a little bit and arches over top of the goalie, or you get in close, and I think shoot low corners is the best way to go because they're always going to expect you to shoot upstairs.
All right. And what do we got? Offensive
yeah.
foul, so that's going to do it for the first quarter. Long desperation he put up just short of the goalie. And at the end of the first quarter, it is going to be Skyline on top 3-1 in an entertaining and actually fast-paced. I told the audience before you joined me that in the our preparation this morning, getting our cup of coffee, that you were convinced that this was going to be a good game. Well, the first quarter has definitely lived up to that.
Well, Skyline's looking for a little bit of revenge because Grand Blanc got him at regionals, and I think Rebecca Godek's kids are feeling the sting of that, and now we're going to see how Grand Blanc responds to that. And Grand Blanc is, they're here for the first time. It's a new experience for them, not a new experience for Rebecca Godek.
No, but it's funny you bring up Rebecca because I wanted to talk a little bit about Reb. She would not tell us what it is, but Reb talked about the fact yesterday that she had some secret play that she was anxiously doing. I wonder if that was it right there.
It was, because her and I talked just after you left, and she said it was a goalie play where she comes up 7-on-6 because she's got the biggest arm out there right now, and she does have a pretty big arm.
Oh, she's got a bazooka, but man, I feel hurt that she shared it with you, but when I was there, I can't tell you guys. But yeah, you got the inside gossip. I'm starting to see what it's really like in the inner circles.
What the plan is I'm going to learn everyone on the board's best play, and then I'm going to come back and coach. And then they'll have all told me, because they didn't know I was coming back to coach, I'm going to be the best coach in the state.
That is funny, because we – and I really shouldn't talk about inner gossip stuff, but we did talk about a lot of little coaches' nuances on things that work for them amongst the board members. And that was actually, I thought, very fascinating yesterday, that we all have a couple little tricks or ideas that can help you in certain situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we talked about it. Like, I was talking about it with Maddie just a minute ago. I'm a nerd with my timeouts. I had a slip that I kept in my pocket that was all the scenarios where I want to have timeouts. So at halftime, I'd address it. I'd look at the scoreboard and say, all right, these 7 scenarios are in play. I want to save my timeouts for these 7 scenarios. And as it would go down, at that point, I'm thinking about the timeout, so I'm not as much coaching in the water. I'm trusting my kids to execute the game plan at that point. I'm taking a little bit away from that by keeping my timeouts and managing the clock a little bit. So the different coaches are different, and weird little things like that. That was one of my weird little things. My favorite saying as a coach was probably, it only takes one. You can be having the worst day ever, but I can look at my goalie and say, all it takes is one to get you right back on track. All it takes is one to win this game. And I had a goalie who had never played before. She had a rough game. We were tied 7-7. I just looked at her and said, all it takes is one. She got the one. We scored on the next possession.
Ordinary foul called. Possession's going to stay right now with Skyline. They're on top 3-1 here early in the second.
Yeah. Next game up, Pioneer and Huron, longtime rival. Offensive foul upcoming. Kelly Howe dropping a bomb. we can't share that one on the air, but what a crew.
We'll talk about that in a second here when we get a minute here. Right now, as the Bobcats trail by 2, trying to cut into this deficit.
You're going to have to think carefully about how to speak about that.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, hits the goalpost. It was high. Battle for the loose one. Great hustle. Gets a second chance. Shoots. Scores! Oh, baby. What a play there by Sarah Hartwell. Puts the biscuit in the basket.
Sarah Hartwell gets the ball left-handed, realized I can't shoot towards the short side right now because I've got a defender directly in my path. So she leans backwards on her back, shoots a little bit across her body, cross cage upstairs. It wasn't so much a lob as it was a changeup, I think. And the changeup can be a real nice fool play to get goalies jumping. And it's 3-2.
Wow, but I tell you what, you can see Sarah Hartwell is not taking this game for granted at all. She's playing with everything she got. Another offensive foul called on Skyline, so possession's going back to Grand Blanc with an opportunity to tie it up. We're down to 6 minutes to go in the first half. Long stretch pass up the pool, a little bit off the mark. That's going to actually help out Skyline, but has a driver. Nobody calls it. Not an ordinary. Now the kick out comes. Andy Terrian, notorious for that, always waits until you don't have the good possession or no longer have the offensive advantage. Now they'll set up with a 6-on-5. Swings it around. Left side post. Waits. Right side post with the lefty. Wants to shoot it. Kicks it out to the point. They're running almost a 1-3.
They're not going to let Hartwell shoot the ball here. You got Deininger pressing out on her. They're running a 3-3, it looks like.
Or the craziest 1-3-2 hits the post, and that's going to actually should have ended it. Great crash attempt, though, there by number 3. Roseboro.
That was an opportunity there for Deininger on the counter, but Aaliyah Tracy, I like it, just goes to the kick out and says, I'm not going to turn this over in transition and turn this into a swim meet. We're not here for swim meets. We're here for water polo. Much more fun.
Double team there. Offensive fouls called. Ordinary. Swings it down. Has somebody open, but now the help is coming. 3 seconds. That's going to be a shot clock violation, but it doesn't matter as it was stolen just before the shot clock violation. Another great defensive play there by Grasso.
It's almost the old school foul and shoot mentality here, but now you got somebody open with a lane to the goal. Just look down. Oh my
Wide
God.
open. There's and oh my goodness. Okay, these are one of the ones that coaches, and you can see it over there right now, where coaches pull their hair out. Emily Overmeyer says, you were all by your lonesome. Why did you shoot it at 5 meters? You could have swam it into the goal.
Yep. That's it's a mental error. You look and you see Aaliyah Tracy in there, and there might be intimidation there to swim at her.
Foul called on Skyline. Possession's going to go back to Grand Blanc. They still trail by 1.
Opportunity for transition if Massey's going to uncork one. She does.
The goalie's fingertips hits the post and still stays out of the net.
That's a save.
The force field was up. You might dare say that the force is strong with that Padawan, Aaliyah Tracy.
That changed directions off her finger, and here's an offensive foul on Allie Deininger.
And I hate when the goalie holds it that long. She has to pop it. She can't be live yet. Kicks it out. Now it's live ball. Chance to tie it up. Gets it back down to her down low. Is that going to be a kick out? It is. Yep, that's a sub. And here's the timeout. That pass was in the air. I'm kidding.
Don't do that, Joey.
She was popping it. That ball was in the. I'm being funny because I understand, and I got to tip my cap right now to Brent. He did a good job of explaining to the letter of the rule when we had our conference last night after the games. It still kind of stinks when you have to follow the black and white rules, but some of it you almost wish there was that human factor where you know it was still good possession by one team.
Yeah, and you know what, Grace Boovy and I talked about that timeout last night, and I said, hey, the timeout horn is underneath your feet right there. You get inside 3 minutes, just have it in your hand. And she said, yeah, you're right. And she knows that. She was one of the smartest water polo players I've ever been around, and she knows that. And it's a learning experience for everyone. Learning experience. Emily Overmeyer. We talked this morning a little bit. She said, "Hey, I listened to your stream last night." I was like, "Oh, you're gonna be mad that we talked about the timeouts." Well, she said, "No, that's my biggest fault because we're always in transition as a team. If I call a timeout, I could cut down one of our transitions, but our transition wasn't working, and I didn't adjust as a coach." I liked that she took the credit for that.
She takes ownership, and every good coach is going to.
Absolutely.
If you can't see your shortcomings as a coach, you're really going to be a crappy coach, I feel. Or you're going to be so elite it's not even funny. It's going to be one way or the other.
One or the other.
I'm going to say something, though, you just brought up that is just tickles my fancy on this one so much. You said she was watching the stream last night. We as the board watched some of the streams last night. We're always using these streams as tools. Forget about the annoying announcers. Just look at the video that's available to you. And honestly, how cool is that you have coaches at a state championship tournament that are on their off hours overnight at the hotel watching these streams? We had 7,000 viewers.
Oh my
yesterday.
gosh, did we really?
Yeah.
Jeez. We must be really good, Joey.
It
can't be the water polo. It's got to be the announcers.
I think it was they had to keep getting off and get back on because of the Wi-Fi issues we were having.
That might have pumped it up a little.
Shot hits the cross page again. Loose ball. Who's going to get it? And it's going to be Skyline. Oh, holy moly.
There's an inside position there for Emerson Jocelyn where she's one-on-one to the goalie, and Aaliyah Tracy is receiving the ball. Attack. Make the goalie make a play. Make Rebecca take a time out there. I mean, you got to pressure.
Couldn't agree with you. What a turn there, right there by Deininger. She's missing the driver. Waited just too long.
She had an opportunity at that driver, and here comes the lob.
And it hits the post. It's a live ball. Fight for it. And it will be the Bobcats who end up with it.
Allie Deininger is a phenomenal player. She's a sophomore. Just imagine what she's going to be the next 2 years under Rebecca Godek. Like, you didn't just give Allie Deininger 2 more years. You gave her 2 more years and Rebecca Godek. Oh, my God. That's not fair.
No, we talked about all the experience that we have on the board yesterday, but Rebecca is the only one of us there who actually has coached the state championship team. Another nice save there by Tracy. And a timeout now taken by Reb.
Let's see what she's going to call here.
Okay, so now we have a few seconds. And, well, Harrison, first things first. As the secretary, I'll turn this one over to you for the MWPA. Tell us, introduce to the board members that we have.
Introduce our board members?
Yeah.
So our board members are the president's Rebecca Godek, the head coach of the Ann Arbor Skyline. The member at large currently is Kelly Howe, who graduated with me from Birmingham Seaholm.
Wearing a great bucket hat.
The bucket hats are awesome. Joey is our vice president. I am our secretary. Brent Augustine is the director of officials, and Maddie Zink is the treasurer. So some of those jobs, my job is awards. My job is recording the meetings. My job is the website, the social media, the promotion of the game. We all have very unique jobs, but they're a lot of fun.
The website. You know, if you have not said thank you to Harrison Watt for what he has done, which is nothing short of remarkable for our website in the past few years on getting it to a level, it was just an informational. You've done things like introduce consistently on the website players of the week. You've got informational updates. You've got information on coaching positions opening. You spotlight coaches. You spotlight officials. There's so many things. And now we have the Cap 7 link, which is great for the MWPA for money-making opportunities for us, but also for those that want equipment and or apparel to get it.
A lot of people have asked me about players of the week, and we can get back to this, but one of the things I always felt really badly about when I played is a lot of these kids go an entire season and we don't start recognizing what they're doing until the postseason. Our sport's hard to play. Ball under here. Graham Blank pulls the ball under. Oh.
And now it's back the other way. Offensive foul after the,
Yeah. Our sport's hard to play, and these kids I didn't think got the recognition until the end of the year. And there were a lot of kids that had good seasons that didn't win all region awards just because they were on a bad team or something like that. So I really feel strongly that Players of the Week is an important part
that
of
could have been
a
kick out there, in my opinion. Didn't give her space. Instead, it leads to a counter opportunity back the other way for Grand Blank. Down by 1, 2 minutes to go in the first half. Still on her high horse, going all the way right now. It is Hartwell. Passes it over, but not to save space, and it will be intercepted. Possession back to Skyline. You said, so many people have said this is going to be a great game, and I tell you what, through the first half, we are seeing one of those that you will look back and say, this was some good water polo.
Initially, I was thinking Sarah's got to pass that ball across to Autumn, but then Sarah said, I'm going to split the D, and she did split the D. Go ahead and take it yourself in that scenario.
Absolutely, and now it gets to the hole side. Could have been a ball under. No call, wants to shoot it, can't get anything on it, and it's going to go back to Grand Blank.
Keelan Massey, we've seen a lot of goalies with really big passing arms. Keelan Massey has been really impressive passing the ball all weekend.
Yeah, it's the accuracy, if not the strength of the arm, honestly, Harrison, in my opinion.
You got somebody drifting alone just for a second there. There's some defensive coverage misses down low where if Grand Blank looks quick enough, they can find somebody open down low.
And that's definitely been an issue. Long shot with 3 seconds on the shot clock, puts it up, but Tracy says, no, thank you, I got this one. Under a minute to go here in the first half.
Probably too early to call that goaltending play again for Rebecca Godek. Probably the next possession.
Although it was about the time, honestly.
I think it was about 10 seconds later. Maybe. I could be wrong about that.
They get it, though, down to that's technically the right side wing. Into the hole, one-on-one. Got the opportunity they were looking for. Looking for the ordinary foul. Instead, they're going to get, wow.
Exclusion. Yeah, it was a little bit over the back.
Gets it back in the give and go, but a great read there. Now it's a 50-50 ball. Who's going to end up with it? And a great play by Massey. Oh, my goodness. Who's going to get credit for that one? And there's a timeout. That was Sarah Hartwell playing remarkable defense there. It was a all-or-nothing defensive effort there. She's either going to get a second kick out or she's going to get the steal. She pushed the ball close enough to Massey, who was able to get the steal, and then very wisely not having any issues using the horn today is going to be Emily Overmeyer. She calls the timeout there.
I like it. From a coaching perspective, what you just said to me makes a ton of sense, and I have nothing else to say.
Well,
but not today.
And it's always,
adjust.
That's the wonderful thing. In some ways, right now, you and I have the best job in the business because even on stuff where we agree with people, we have to play devil's advocate as broadcasters to those watching it, saying, okay, some coaches are going to do this. And we don't even have to say some coaches. We're just saying, hey, you know what? I can understand if you have parents that are going to question you on this one because I thought in the back of my head that was potentially another option you have. That doesn't make me right, and that's...
You see a lot less because you're closer to the water level and things are, things further away from you can be screened easily. This is like the perfect broadcast perch. We're directly over top of the pool deck, nice and high up. It's not like we're far back in distance either. We're really close to the edge of the pool. So we see over top of everything, and we can see basically every option. If we could coach from up here against teams coaching from the deck, you and I would win a lot of state championships.
Well, I'll tell you, the officials have their headsets on, and in football, they keep people up in the press box to talk down to the coordinators.
Absolutely.
Or the coordinators. I almost wish sometimes you could do that in polo. All right, look at the drive opportunity here you have with number 10 or whatever the case is on that.
You got Keelan coming here. I think sometimes when you call some sort of trick play or some sort of fun play, your kids will start to grin a little bit because they have something fun up their sleeve.
Although this time it appears that she just went straight back to the goal, setting up final 10 seconds here. I think they're a little far out here still. Long shot put up, just deflected. I tell you what, Aaliyah Tracy has played the best half of her tournament this morning.
Yes, she got.
It was a second chance effort. There really wasn't much hope for her on that. That first lob was so well placed. It's just one of those ones there's not a lot you can do about it. But hey, at halftime, our score, Skyline over Grand Blanc 3-2 to decide who is going to be the final 7th ranked team in the state for 2022.
With that, I think, how about a little bit of a halftime break here, Joey? We'll bring it back on the MWP Network in about 2 minutes.
All right, I'm actually going to keep it here for a second because I'm going to finish the little story. I got to give Kelly credit, and I've been really racking my brains on how I'm going to say this one. It's going to just come down to this. At the end of the day, Callie Howe, when it comes to the Snicker bar that was presented to me, sometimes you hear or see things in the course of life that makes you laugh. Yesterday, I saw something that was entertaining to me, and if I could rib somebody with it, I would. The participant yesterday happened to be Kelly. So last night, I was ribbing her about Snickers bars, and this morning, first thing I say to her is I look over the edge. She's down at the scorer's table, and I asked her, did you get me a Snickers bar? And she just told me, go away. Just go away, Joey. That was pretty close to how she worded it. So I, being the gentleman that I am, graciously walked away and just let it go. But now, early in the second quarter, here comes Kelly up to the the announcer's table, and she brings me a king-size Snickers bar. So I'm here to tell you, you don't need to know any of the other facts. All you need to know is that Kelly, when it comes to the grand scheme of life, she knows how to take care of business. You think you can rib her, she's going to turn it around and fire it back at you. That's how she does it as a coach, too. I'm here to tell you, you think you got her, and then she's going to take all that stuff and use it right back at you. Well, I had the red face because she brought me up the Snickers bar. I don't know how I'm going to get back at her, folks, but you know what? I got 3.5 games to figure it out. So that is the story from the Snickers bar. It is 3-2, Skyline on top over Grand Blanc in the battle for 7th place. We'll be back. Keep it here on the MWPA Network. Never mind. Nope. Real quickly, folks, there's the Snickers bar in question, as I said. Oh, let's go back to the sprint, which is won by... Okay, there we go. Set up and won now by Skyline, as they're now going right to left on your dial. Ordinary foul called by Andy Tarian. Swings it around. Looking to try to get it to an isolation down low. Nothing there. Bad pass, 50-50. That's good, too. Pops the ball right now. It is Hartwell who has it, and wisely she decides to swim it up the pool. Now she's contested right at mid-pool. Tries to swim around the defender. That right now is McNeil. Tries to turn her. Still at long shot. Puts it up. Holy cow, did she find a little extra mustard on that one. But it goes to the left of Aaliyah Tracy, and possession goes back to Skyline. Skyline on top 3-2, 6:11 to go here in regulation. In the third quarter. We have a whole fourth quarter yet. Don't want to rush this one. Gets the pass down to the whole set, but really that's a 3-on-1. Almost no chance. The Grand Blanc offense once again. The pace of this game is definitely slowed down to more of a half-court game. Another loose ball, 50-50 ball. It's going to be temporarily intercepted, but given right back. The shot clock, though, does not reset because there was never deliberate possession. Down to 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and now it's intercepted by Skyline, and shot clock it wasn't. Now it's a golden opportunity here for Skyline, but a 50-50 pass. Tries to get ahead enough to get into the net, but she wisely curdles around and picks it up, and back comes them. But a 50-50 pass, and now it is actually corralled by the Bobcats, who trail by 1, 4:58 to go in the third. Joey Sutherland, Harrison Watt here. Chase Joseph is our director and producer. It is Grand Blanc in their first appearance in the state championship tournament. Ball under, possession's going to go to Skyline, who fires it back to Aaliyah Tracy. Tracy brings it up slowly. All of a sudden, we got music. Now we don't. Okay, that was odd. It was like the march for Skyline to bring it up the pool. Going right to left on your dial. With the ball at the right side flat, trying to turn. A nice move there by Deininger. Ordinary foul. She's outside 6. She can shoot it. She gets some extra zip. And they're actually going to say she made a fake move before she shot it, so it's an illegal shot. Possession's going to go back to the Bobcats. Grand Blanc brings it up to mid-pool. No real opportunity there. A great job by Skyline at getting back defensively. Swings it over to the right side flat. Looking for some help. Down low it comes. Here's an opportunity. And, offensive foul is called. What'd she go? All right. My director did not see that, nor did I, so possession's going back the other way. Skyline has it. 1-on-3 right now. I don't know if she realizes how much traffic she's in. She continues to try to swim, but she's going to – oh, my goodness! She pushes it in front. What a move there! That's Deininger. Puts the lob shot up. It's behind her, but not all the way in. Oh, my goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. That was about as much as you can do without scoring, and what a play there by Keelan Massey to anticipate that, follow it, not give up on it, and keep it out of the net. Remember that one with 3:24 to go in the third. Still a 1-goal lead for Skyline. Bobcats coming back, have it at the left side flat. Ordinary foul, outside 6, could have shot it, doesn't do it. Now she looks, she didn't pop it, gets it, I don't know what it was, a 50-50 ball that's going to be intercepted temporarily and held on to. Let's see, still looking, finally passes it up 1. Great defensive play there by number 14, Grasso. But here comes Skyline back the other way, but it's going to be intercepted temporarily. No possession, and now there's just too many Bobcats there, and it's going to get back to Massey. Possession going to Grand Blanc. They have an opportunity if they hurry quick. Long stretch pass, but off the money, and it's going to be intercepted. Both teams are getting a little bit. Okay, right now, every time there's a timeout, I want to make darn sure that there's not going to be a 5-meter, because even though that was a near steal, it's arguable that she had complete possession of the steal. She was just starting to swim through the ball. So I'm nervous, and not because I'm calling out the officials. I want to be clear. It's just a point of emphasis in this tournament that has people who are used to seeing things one way being called a little bit more to the letter of the law.
So the first game I was ever a head coach, I coached against Katie Claren. Not a lot of fun. Fun person. Really like Katie. Great person. Good mentor in the position I'm in here on the board. Not fun to coach against her for the most part. Late in the game, I thought we had possession of the ball, but Brad Silverman, who was on the game, did not think anybody had possession of the ball as two players were scrapping for it. So I called my timeout. I watched film back. Brad was right. Nobody really had possession of it. But I tried to call timeout. And instead of Brad saying illegal timeout, 5 meter, or the other team gets ball, Brad Silverman looked at me and said, no. When I said timeout, I said, timeout. No. The second time. And I was like, wait a minute. And then we had the ball stolen. I was like, well, that's tough. But it's one of my favorite moments because then I officially, then I went back, I looked at the rule, I was like, oh, that was a 5 meter actually. I probably shouldn't have done that. But he just said, no. No timeouts in the last 5 minutes for you.
I miss Brad and Jim Silverman. Haven't thought of those names in a long time.
Brad I remember pretty well. He was pretty good to me back in the day. Good polo coach, good official as well. It was the only time I think I saw him. I saw him at that tournament. I saw him maybe one other weekend that year, but it's probably the last time I saw Brad Silverman. So,
did you know his dad Jim as well?
I met him maybe once.
They were both members of the board directly or indirectly for either as a signer or head of officials. Brad was head of officials. I think before him, Jim at one point was head of officials, but don't quote me on that one.
What a great water polo community we live in, where we can just reminisce about old names that nobody knows what we're talking about.
Or actually, because of the community, somebody usually does.
Yes, the ones that are watching, some of the parents and the kids that might be tuned in right now are like, what are these old geezers talking about?
Oh, no, Latham's not with me. It's just you and me right now.
Oh, no.
Having too much fun with that. Hey, we pick on each other. Don't think it's just one of us on any one.
I think we'd all just pick on Latham. I think that's the strategy today, Joey.
And that was Andy Terrian yesterday when he said, you have a fat head. Our official doing this game right now came up to me at halftime of a game you and Matt were doing and said, Latham has a fat head. Is that ball's intercepted by Skyline?
Minute 50 to go here in the third, 3-2 Skyline.
Golden opportunity here. Tries to bring it inside. Doesn't realize the pressure, but swims away from it. Turns around, wants to shoot it. Gives it to a driver coming in late. Has a great look. Drops the ball. Picks it back up. It's intercepted. Oh, my goodness. You waited too long, and what did she do? Picked it up from the top. Here's a timeout being taken. Oh, my goodness. How many times are we going to talk about the fundamentals, especially in a state championship tournament game? This is a setup only, but you have to pick the ball up from underneath if you don't have a huge hand that can palm it.
Emily Overmeyer just looked up here and said, yeah, I did it. I love it.
Okay, nobody's watching our broadcast, obviously. Not even coaches after the game. That is hilarious. That might be the best timeout in the history of timeouts. I hope she watches this and texts me later that she actually saw that. Phenomenal timeout if they score here.
That was unbelievable.
Sets it up. That was actually a design play. Left side flat. Has a person open underneath. The pass is just off the mark. Both teams with a possession each way had a slam dunk goal, and the pass or the player couldn't take advantage.
That was a brilliant play call. That was a brilliant play call right there by Emily Overmeyer.
Now back the other way, but another errant pass. Oh, my goodness gracious. And now you see Reb over there shaking her head. Both coaches, I got to believe, are thinking, guys, this is your last game of the season. You shouldn't be playing it like it's your first game of the season.
Look here. We got a driver, open pool. Oh.
Tip, that's a 2-meter.
Fought off that time by Aaliyah Trace. She wasn't ready for that. And then, she's got such good reach and such good ball tracking ability that she's like, last second, I'm just going to punch this one out of play. That was going in.
And I'm going to stand by what I said earlier at halftime. I think Tracy's playing the best game of the tournament, her game of the tournament.
Oh, did you see what Sarah Hartwell just did? She tried the shot.
Which is, we were talking about that time and time again yesterday. People forget that, or some of them forget, on those 2 meters, you're live right away. Here we go. Design play coming up. That's Tracy. Nobody's on her yet. You can hear the crowd wanting somebody to go after her. Not as spread out as I'd like to see right now from Skyline the rest of the way. One pass up, got to get it behind her. 9 seconds, it's an empty net. And who are they giving it to? She's in live, she shoots it, puts it up, and scores!
Look at this celebration in the middle of the pool. Look at the joy. That's so much fun, Joey.
It is, and you feel for Aaliyah Tracy. And really, it was a case of, I like to use the term tic-tac-toe, 3 passes in a row. If you would have had the 3 passes after that first pass, you had open Skyline players. Instead, it leads to a wide-open empty net goal, which taking advantage of it and putting the biscuit in the basket is Hartwell.
Great turn by Deininger. Now she's got room to operate.
Not getting any help, ball. No, kick out. Oh, I thought they drew the ball under.
That was, I like that call from Andy Terrian. She got on her back. It was pretty obvious to me, at least.
Good pressure, though. They got to spread out more, and that's it. Oh, my goodness. How much time is still on the
15?
There's 15 seconds. So if and only if Skyline wins, and I think you'll see Reb talk about if we win the sprint, we want our setup timeout.
Yes, absolutely. You win the sprint, you get your setup timeout. Go ahead, set your 6-on-5 up. By that point, you'll still have the full 15 seconds to get this going.
And there you go. I just saw Reb right there talking to Andy Terrian, the official, and said, if we win the sprint, I want the setup timeout. She actually made the motion.
Yes, absolutely. And that was, I give Emily Overmeyer a lot of credit for that. That was kind of funny. She looked up right to the broadcast perch, and she goes, yeah, I did it. And I'm just so proud of her for owning up, saying, I'm gonna make this adjustment today. I'm gonna be a better coach today, and I love that. And that's one of the few moments. I had another moment last night with one of my former players who had a turnover in the middle of the pool, and she turned and she looked up for some reason to the broadcast perch, and I looked at her and she goes, dang it, and slapped the water. We both just started laughing. We were looking at each other and like, look back at the pool.
I got to tell you, Harrison, I've been broadcasting. Obviously, my master's from CMU is in broadcasting going way, way back when. But in the 30-plus years that I've been involved with high school and college broadcasting, I never remember a 2-day stretch where more people have been in contact with us as the broadcast booth. You always say that as the essentially the fourth wall. You're not part. You're just describing the action. But right now, it almost feels like, and I'm humbled, you're wearing a shirt with my face on it. We have people that come up to me and say, you're the biscuit in the basket guy. You have people right now, and you and I have people looking up at us. Yesterday, the crowd saw me making fun of Brent when he was testing the horns during a timeout, when I was giving him battering and exciting that we're getting such a part of the presentation here of this tournament.
I love how much fun we've had with this. This tournament has just been, here we go. Apparently we've got national champion in the house. He's brought the ring. Matt Latham is here with his championship ring. He'll be on the next game and the state championship game later today. Gets to do his first.
It'll be my 6th.
Harbor Skyline.
Make sure you check out the website. Whoever does that website, make sure you check it out. It will tell you where the streams are going to be for both pools on the Friday of state. And then, obviously, Harris and I will be together on Saturday.
Rebecca Godek gets it. She's trying to call her timeout.
And she had called for it, and that's and I
only 1 second off the clock. Here's the thing. She called for it with the hand motion, and the officials are looking at the water. Maybe just have the horn.
Except that we are talking about Mr. Terrian.
Yeah, it's not like he's been doing this forever or anything. But you're going through a lot when you're officiating sometimes,
6-on-5 here for the final 14 seconds of it. Now we're under side 10. Bad pass. Nice job keeping it alive for Skyline.
This is great 6-on-5 defense. It's like a pressure out. They're not letting anyone take any space.
Back to even strength now, but gets it to the left side. Post and scores! Number 3 puts the biscuit in the basket. That's Allie Deininger with the assist on the play coming from number 4, Jane Conensberg, and it's back to a 1-goal lead for Skyline.
You know what Rebecca Godek did at the beginning of this quarter that I didn't catch? She put in Claire Cosma, the senior, to take that sprint to win the sprint because she thought, that's my fastest swimmer. This buys me potentially a goal.
And it did. That's a great read and a great coaching ability there.
That's why Rebecca Godek is a multiple-time Coach of the Year and one of the most miserable coaches to coach against.
We talk about this all the time. I think you're just afraid of Reb, but you don't even want to play her in tiddlywinks.
I have good stories about the one time I coached against her and how hacked off I felt about the game. And I remember
another nice save there by Tracy, by the way.
I remember looking back and watching it and thinking, man, I just got out-coached so badly. And that was all it was.
Honestly, that's how I always used to feel about Pete Hewitt. He always out-coached the heck out of me.
That's the worst when you have one of those that you feel like, hey, I know what I'm doing here, and then you just run into one of those coaches.
When you feel like you're a Bobcat, so they're going to kick it back. Yeah, that was a little dangerous. A lob shot back to your goalie.
She initially looked like she was going to put a little more mustard on that, and I think she pulled off at the last second. That was probably wise.
Wisely. Setting up now. We're down to the final 5:30 of regulation. 4-3 Skyline on top. Bobcats with the ball. Outside 6 can shoot it. That's number 14, Grasso. Grasso getting corralled there by Tracy.
Deininger's wide open up the right side. Look out. Ooh, and the pass turns into a 50-50 ball. Good steal by Ferguson.
Good call there by Lauren Weiss. Offensive foul. Possession is going to go to the Bobcats. Lead coming back. That's Grasso. She's got an opportunity to tie this one up.
Took her advantage away.
Oh, baby.
Happen every time.
Long shot put up, but just way too much that time. And we're seeing more and more people from the outside shooting from their back. Your probability of being successful is so slim there.
Well, we saw in the Granville game that that first play of the game when Maddie Light caught the catch and shoot from the left goal post, she was on her back when she caught the ball for the one-timer.
Nice turn there on Grasso. Gets past her, continuing to swim up as Deininger. Gets the ball up to the middle. Late chance. Oh, she didn't.
There to her left.
There's a perfect stretch pass, but too far. And McNeil, the junior, for the Eagles.
Leah Tracy's got a couple of options up the pool. She's thinking about this one for a long time.
That's the one perk you have of a goalie with that strong and accurate of an arm. You can wait a few extra seconds back there, but as we talked about, and it's already happened, you hold that ball too long and your team gets an offensive foul. Now they have the ball right inside the 5-meter.
I like actually the way that Grand Blanc is playing defense. It's not press defense. They're collapsed to the middle of the pool and not allowing a lot of space. Good smart dump that time.
That was. I didn't realize.
Sarah Hartwell is alone on a breakaway.
Yep. So that's smart water polo there. Leaves her alone that far out mid-pool. Now brings it up left side flat. Wide open, had the fadeaway, but just couldn't get enough on it. That's the person you want to get it to, and that was the shot, Hartwell. But she was just being defended very tightly by Lauren McNeil.
I want to see some other people be confident to shoot in those situations, though. There was an open Jocelyn there had an opportunity. I know she's a sophomore in the state tournament. You got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in your season. Pull the trigger.
If you're not a threat, they're not going to guard you.
Exactly. Afraid of it. Don't be afraid to shoot the ball.
Okay, I'm starting to wonder here if Reb is content to just milk these shot clocks off and then dump it if there's nothing open with an ISO down low. That's 2 possessions in a row where nobody drove, and they tried to just get it down to the hole set, but it wasn't open.
They took some time to get the ball up the pool on both those possessions, so I'm going to wait to see if that's a...
Technically can shoot it, does shoot it, hits the post! Oh!
There was a little bit of a pump fake in there that time, but did hit the pipe.
Lydia Ferguson is about 3 millimeters away from tying it up. Unfortunately, it hits the post, and it's Tracy who picks it up, brings it up to mid-pool over to Konensberg. Konensberg gives it off to Deininger. Deininger got away with a two-hand, I thought there. I think it's a steal now, and it'll be an offensive foul. Possession is going to go to the Bobcats. But, man, is Skyline getting back on defense quick.
Both teams with 1 timeout left.
What a great late pass.
Both are full timeouts.
Left side flat was open. Always thrown it back to the goalie. I am not a fan that it absolutely has to go back to the goalie if you're inside 5 on your defense.
Look up the pool first every single time.
I call that a JV move when you just automatically throw it back to the goalie.
It's a comfort move. Yeah, there is nobody moving down here on offense. I think Rebecca Godek is actually growing a little bit frustrated.
Well, that's what I said. It feels like...
Maybe not, actually.
And they're just going to dump it
You know what? I just saw Rebecca make a couple of hand motions there at Allie Deininger. I think that was according to plan.
That's kind of how I feel. You're not seeing drivers. They're all ready to get back on defense.
They don't want to get caught in transition because Hartwell and Grand Blanc, their offense is predicated on transition.
Oh, Walcott was open there for a second, and they just didn't see it. Gives the ball back out to the point. 13 on the shot clock. Dumps it down low, but into a triple team. That's going to be no. Ordinary foul called. Not an offensive. She shoots it, but shoots it over the cage. 69 seconds remain in regulation. Holy cow, don't touch that dial. 4-3, Skyline up by a penny.
Yeah, so I don't think Skyline wants to be in a position where they get countered on here. And I think that's Grand Blanc's exactly what they want to do.
Oh, what a turn, though. And now let's see what she does with this one. The problem is I would have kept going right there at that point in time.
And you can see Emily Overmeyer's hand is on the timeout horn.
And here it comes.
And she's waiting smart. I thought she was about to hit it. She's waiting to get possession.
Well, that is, once it's a shot clock violation, even if you don't have it, you have possession. But I tell you what, people right now, especially as we get into these final 3 games, they are going to be good and darn.
Look at a nice drive on a pick play earlier. They got an open drive on a little bit of a pick play down the left side of the pool earlier. Let's see if they go right back to that play because they did get open looks down there. And, yeah, we could be in a situation where the 7th place game is headed for overtime.
Well, how about this one? I'm just put your coaching hat on. I have my bucket hat on, so you can just put your coach's hat on. Would you, at this point in time, bring the goalie up? We've already seen one of the one of the goals for Grand Blanc was because Skyline brought the goalie up.
Yes. Here's the thing. If I turn the ball over, they're going to win anyways. If they're going to shoot to the empty net, have a 7-on-6 play and bring the goalie up. Is that necessarily what Grand Blanc is going to do? No. They might not be comfortable with that situation. They're probably going to bring the goalie up at least now anyways.
Or tying it. Yep. I can live with that. My only thing that's funny about this is for all the joking and the playing along that Emily was with us about this, she's used her timeout now. Even if she shoots it inside of 9 seconds here, she doesn't have a timeout. So even if they get possession back, it is going to be almost impossible to get a good look with another shot clock violation.
Yeah, but this is I'm good with where she used her timeout.
I'm not questioning
timeout, and it's probably going to be inside 30 seconds, and she's going to bring her goalie up. It'll be 7-on-6 for sure.
Now, the interesting thing, you bring that up, and I hope I have enough time to explain this one. If let's say they do tie it up, but it's at 25 seconds, I'm not calling my timeout till about
bad strategy. They are going to go 6-on-6 here. They're trying to draw a drive. Here we go.
Design play here. Waits too long. She had the shot. Lob shot put up, and it's corralled. But it's a 50-50 ball still. And
brilliant. No, that was the right call. She called her timeout while her goalie was swimming out. That's what you save your timeout for, that situation when your goalie's about to get battled into a 2-on-0.
Did you have that one on your
that's on my sheet. Brent Augustine and I talked about saving a timeout for if my goalie gets into trouble going after a ball.
And the baselines to get any pressure, and they'll sometimes just out of scaredness bring the ball under and get that 5-meter.
So as a former goalie myself, I don't have any issue with, if you're in a really bad situation, I don't have any issue with you throwing it over the end line for that's humanly possible. I don't care about that. That timeout for me, the goalie getting in trouble, is maybe not as high up my list as it is some other coaches. I'll use it when I have to. But again, away from trouble.
Now, interesting part here, I wondered if Emily told even her goalie to come out and press on this one. Because, again, you said, what does it matter if you lose by 2 or lose by 1? The only hope they have. But she's telling her to stay back, and I'm a little surprised by that. Other than that she believes that her 6 girls can.
So what they're going to do is they're going to commit numbers up the pool, and they're going to make Leah Tracy make a long pass.
I wonder if we see a deliberate timeout.
Yeah, you could. We
do that. We talked about this yesterday.
You could. This would be the situation you do it in. So we'll see.
And nobody's back.
The problem is Rebecca Godek knows that we've talked about
this
we
just talked
all
about
weekend,
it
so
night.
She's not going to fall for that.
15 seconds. It's going to take 3 passes, I believe, to end this game. There's one. Double pressure, though. That was a mistake. You only have one go after him, and that should be enough
Now it's
to
going to
kill
have to be a
out the
long
clock.
pass here.
Oh, that actually came a little closer than it should be, but that'll do it. Congratulations to Skyline. They will finish 7th in the 20th ever. Hey, you know what? Who cares? You were in the state tournament, regardless of your 1st through 8th. Congratulations to the Bobcats. They will end up 8th. Skyline, with that 3-2 victory, will finish 7th.
Yep, congratulations again to Grand Blanc on a wonderful season. I know this is probably not the results they wanted at the state tournament, but you look back and you say, dang, this was a great experience for a lot of people. Doors blown off them. That first game, it was 8-2. The second game, it was a pretty close game as well. The third game, a 1-goal game. So you came into the state tournament, all your games are close. I think that's a lot to ask for a first state tournament. So congratulations to them. I think we'll take a little break here, right, Joey? And then you and Matt got the next game.
We'll be back on here. We're going to keep the scoreboard on for you, but we'll be back here in about 13 minutes, as it will be Latham and myself. Thanks. All right, sports fans, welcome back here. We're just a few minutes away from the start of our battle for 5th place for the last banner potential here, as Andy Terrian is talking to the captains of the two schools respectively. He'll be joined again by Lauren Weiss, I believe, on the near side official. This game is the battle for Ann Arbor here once again. The Pioneers and Huron doing battle to see who's going to get 5th place and who's going to get 6th place in the state. Thank you for joining us here on the MWPA Network. If you missed our first game here today, it was Skyline taking the 7th place slot thanks to a 4-3 win over the Bobcats of Grand Blanc. I'm Joey Sutherland. Joining me for this game, it will be Matt Latham. We want to thank you for joining us. Our executive producer and director is Chase Joseph. The two teams are getting in the water, and we are just seconds away from the start of our next game. So, Matt, you had all night to kind of pontificate over
and championship semifinals. That's really what you want, at least as a neutral observer. That's what you want, is just some good, exciting, clean water polo, and excited to see if we can repeat that today.
You know, you almost feel for Grand Blanc because they lost 4-3, and now this is their first tournament, so win or lose, you know, just being here is a great thing for their program. But losing 4-3 to Skyline here in that battle for 7th place, in the game to be in the 5th or 6th place game, they lost 3-2 to this Pioneer squad. So 2 tough one-goal games.
Yeah, 2 tough one-goal games, but like you said, you know, most of it is just the experience, getting your younger kids to understand what it means to get here and be here. So, you know, hopefully they'll be able to take this into next season. Indeed.
Here we go, opening sprint. Lauren drops the ball. It is going to be won by the Pioneers. They'll have the first possession. Bayback has it as she waits for the teams to set up, her team to set up. Of course, the Pioneers coached by Will Hart. Mary Chatney coaches the Huron. Flat, trying to find a driver, nothing there. Good defense, final 4 seconds here of the shot clock. She's going to have to just dump it, and she does. First 30 seconds is gone. Great defensive play. Do we have a kick out?
I believe a turnover because the closest Huron player swam away from the ball. When there's a defender right there and they swim away from it, that does put a call in the officials' hands for basically abandoning the ball.
A great call there then from Lauren Weiss. Possession will stay with Ann Arbor Pioneer. Had a driver, but didn't see it, and now it's a 50-50 ball. Let's see who's going to end up with it. Still 50-50, held on temporarily by Pioneer. There's 3 potential turnovers, and they keep possession. 7 on the shot clock, flips it around. We're going to have to hurry quick to shoot it, and gives it away. Oh, my goodness. It was like everybody was afraid to shoot the ball.
Kind of a hot potato there.
Indeed. Now, finally, the River Rats will have their first possession here. Bringing it up the pool right now, trying to get it down to the hole set. Good defense. That's going to be a steal. And almost stole it back. It's now a 50-50 ball. And Andy Terrian says, no. Keep it with the Pioneers. Taking control early are these officials here in this game. And you got 2 really good coaches, too. So
it's always good for the officials to take control of the game early.
Yeah. We saw that on the west side earlier this year where if you don't, sometimes things can get a little entertaining. And the River Rats will have possession once again. Jay Regal behind me runs Regal Timing, who takes care of all of the Colorado scoreboards and Colorado timing systems in the state of Michigan, and a great guy. Gets it down low, 50-50 ball. Who's going to end up with it? They have it on the back, shoots and scores. Oh, my goodness gracious. Again, there's a reason that Emma is the best player in the state, because she can get the ball on her back, follow through, and find the back of the net.
Yeah, with a double team there. That was impressive, and certainly something that you see out of a kid that you expect to be at least in the running for state MVP.
Wow. Emma Kapanen is there's just not words for how amazing she's been in her career. But even this weekend, in a battle for 5th place, she's still got to be. I mean, she scored 9 of the 11 goals in their game yesterday. 9 of the 11 goals.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to the type of athlete, type of kid and player that she is, to be able to turn the page on a tough loss in the opening round and still bring your best effort in your last 2 games.
Shot clock violation. Possession's going to go back to Huron. They fired up the pool quickly. They got numbers here. All by her lonesome right now. There's going to have defensive help, but when they do, look who's open. Swings it over, wide open, inside 4. Wants to shoot it, cross cage, it's blocked, rebound, puts it up, shoots, scores! Nicely done there, gets the change, and that's the sophomore who puts the biscuit in the basket. Anna Wyman with an assist from Callie Steeder.
Yeah, great initial stop there by Maddie Bayback, but unfortunately Huron right there to clean up the rebound.
Yeah, and you just cannot give any team the rebound, just a juicy rebound inside of 2 meters.
Yep. And Anna certainly didn't waste that opportunity.
No. And I like the fact that we saw too much of this actually in the first game and sometimes yesterday, that overthinking and trying to fake, juke, wait for a shot. You got it, you see it, shoot it, bury it.
Yep.
Maybe one fake.
Yep, and that's exactly what she did there.
Look at this, going back the other way. It's Wyman once again. Gets the steal. She's trying to cut inside. A little bit of spreading out right now by Huron. Waits has the driver. Perfect pass all by her lonesome. That's Baker. Shoots and scores. Baker with the assist to the sophomore Anna Wyman. And it's now 3-zip Huron very early in this game.
And you see there just how good Huron can be on the counterattack. Good ball movement. Found the open player. Easy goal.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to forget, being that right now we're in a battle for 5th place. The Huron squad was the number 1 seed out of the East.
Yep. So, again, you always wonder where a team is with their head after they lose a tough game like that, when their expectations might be a little higher. But Huron's been able to rebound very nicely with the win yesterday and so far today.
Another steal. Let's see if she can go the distance. That's the sophomore Wyman again. She just keeps getting better and better. Good job cutting back, though. Defensively, what a play there by Weighing for the Pioneers. Up to the top, kicks it out. 50-50 ball. Who's got it? It is still the River Rats. Tries to get it down low. They do. Who is it? That's Leone. Fires it inside to the hole. Backhand shoots. Hits the post. Oh, that was a break there for the Pioneers as that backhand by Emma hit the post.
Yeah, and Emma makes it look so effortless that on those types of shots where it was just nice and easy. Fortunately, the post was unkind to her there.
It was, but she actually had good position. I think just a smidgen, you want to even out your hips a little bit more when you're doing that backhand, but easier said than done when you got a defender on you.
Exactly.
3-zip with 2:20 to go in the first quarter. Dumps it, and that's actually going to be a shot clock violation. Possession goes back to the River Rats. They pick it up. Emma has it. Stretch pass out. A little short, but gets the bounce, and now cuts in. Here's going to be a 6-on-5. I thought that might have been a 5-meter. Instead, it's a 6-on-5 coming up here for Huron. Swings it out, fires it out. Gets it up to the top. Thinks about shooting. Has a driver. Waits, kicks it back over right side. All the way over to the left side wing. They're doing the traditional 2-4 here. All the way wing to wing. Up to the post. Drops the ball. Ooh, bad break. 10 on the shot clock. We're back to even strength. Swings it back out to the wing. Another unable to hold on to it. Gets it up. Loose ball in the middle. Shoot, scores! Oh, baby. Xana Baker was not to be denied. She did not catch it. It was almost like she used her tricep to hit that ball in.
Yeah, another great finish. And on that call, I actually like the exclusion call there. Certainly could have been a penalty because the offensive player had inside water, but you know, the referee's got to determine if it's a probable goal. And given the fact that the foul happened just inside the 6-meter line and there was an extra defender there, I can kind of understand where the exclusion came from.
Nope. And you know what? That's why it's always nice, because for as much as I do bash on officials from time to time, I also say I would be a horrible official, and I have huge respect for those people who hold the whistle. So it's nice to get that other perspective of somebody who actually does officiate to be able to chime in on those.
Yeah, it's one of those things that honestly could have gone either way. And as a referee, when you call the exclusion, you are kind of happy to see that the 6-on-5 converts, because in your mind, you don't have that second thought creeping in, oh, man, I should have called a penalty.
The 5-meter or whatever. Yeah, no, fair. Mm-hmm. And taking the time this time, really deliberately, before they bring it up to mid-pool. That's Baker once again. 4-zip Huron on top. Tries to get it down to the hole set, who has to swim almost over to the right side flat. Gets it up wide open all by herself. Shoots it, scores. All too easy. Anna Wyman puts the biscuit in the basket. Give the assist on that one. to Allie Sutton, and it is now 5-zip Huron, who is absolutely right now flexing the muscle, saying, you know what, I don't care if this is just for 5th place. We knew we deserved to be in this tournament, and right now we're saying that, hey, that one loss on Friday could have been a fluke.
Yeah, good effort so far, and they're getting nice depth in their attack, getting down the pool. So it's good to see, like I said, you have teams still fighting hard in the consolation bracket.
And if you didn't, it was, and you got to give credit to Spencer Sanders and his Jennison squad. They played a spectacular game in that one.
Yes, you definitely have to.
That's her hat trick with the assist on that one going to Callie Streeter.
Again, another just easy look, gets position, good step out, turn, and an easy finish.
The interesting part was 17 seconds to go in the first quarter. If you have a 10-goal lead, even in the state tournament, we have shorter periods after that point in time.
Yep.
And and you don't want to take anything away from Will and all and the Pioneers, but this is a team who has something to prove, and it's not like this is the first time these two teams have battled this year. I believe we looked it up, and it's like the 5th time these two teams have faced each other this year.
Good old-fashioned Ann Arbor rivalry.
As the end of one is in the books, it is 6. All right, Matt Latham is to my left. I'm Joe, 5th place. Huron and Pioneer, the battle of Ann Arbor teams here. And it is right now all Huron 6-zip as they're on top. Chase Joseph is our executive producer and director. Harrison Watt is down on the pool deck taking care of some administrative business. And we want to thank you for joining us. You know, Matt, what in a game like this one that you already know the chances of winning is very slim, what is Will Hart saying and doing with his girls right now?
Well, the biggest thing is I think you just got to stay positive, focus on, one or two aspects of the game to try to work and improve on. In the back of your mind, you're also wondering, do I maybe put in some of my younger players, give them the opportunity to play? But you just try to reinforce the good things that happen. And like I said, maybe focus on one or two things to improve on and build from there.
There is nothing like the experience you can give to these players, even in games that are one-sided here in the state tournament.
Yeah, and I've seen some, we've seen some lopsided games at state before, but again, just the experience and growing from getting here, let alone playing here.
Sprint is won by the River Rats. They bring it down. That's Emma has the ball, draws the 5-meter. Oh, now that I thought was just a regular kick out, not a 5-meter. So, again, they're so subjective. It's always how the referee sees it.
Yeah, that one, certainly you had an offensive player attacking inside water. The question as an official, are they too far outside of the goalpost or not?
Skip shot, shoot, scores. That's the 4th goal of the day for Emma Capian.
And I got to say that, especially with the mics that the referees are on, for people don't realize this or not, when you make calls, you talk about things, and you usually are immediately looking or asking about, what do you think about that? Should that have just been an exclusion? And it allows the officials to kind of talk about the play a little bit and really, really helps with their development.
Let me ask you, and I know this is a very tough one to answer. Does it ever factor in who the player is that's making the move?
It shouldn't, in my opinion. In my opinion as a coach, it should not matter. A foul is a foul regardless of what happens. I do think as an official, just because you have a stronger player with inside water, you do kind of inherently maybe let the play go a little bit longer.
Oh, what a pass. All open, all by herself. That's Leone. Shoots, hits the top of the post, and out of bounds.
But on that call in particular, you had Emma, one of the best players in the state going in, so I like that the official immediately stepped in and made the call as soon as the contact happened.
And I'll give you my point of reference, and I'm not going to say any names, but on the boys' side, there is a player in District 2 on the boys' side who drew more 5 meters than I remember by some of the great players. He's not an all-conference, not anything. He is never a scoring threat, but he knows where to be. And even though I don't think he'd ever score in any of those, he got himself in the good position, and the officials called it the right way, but he never would have scored on it. And that just, to me, is always the tough part of rule interpretation.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, but like I said, I think a good official will tell you that, a foul's a foul. Doesn't matter who it is.
Gets it down to the shot, scores. Oh, my goodness. That was Emma passing it down to Baker. Baker with a hat trick now. It's 8-zip. Excuse me, that's actually only 2 for Baker. I beg your pardon. 8-zip Huron over Pioneer with 5:33 to go in the first half.
Yeah, and one thing also as an official that a lot of people still struggle with and still kind of fight with is the whole advantage rule that exists in water polo. It's still there in the high school rule book that you can let the advantage play out. So
and I talked about that yesterday. I think Andy Tarian is the official who waits the longest when a player still has advantage before he calls the kick out or the 5 meter.
Yeah, and that's one of the big differences too. Like with USA Water Polo, for anybody that does that, you usually see the calls coming faster, but the rule book actually directs the officials there to call it as soon as the contact immediately happens. So,
which way do you like it, having coached both ways?
There are a lot of USA rules that I like better, but I also understand why it's there, and it usually has to deal with the talent level of the group or the experience of the group. So that in one of the big things, especially one college rule that I like is that everybody knows that you have to put the ball in play. You usually say pop it, but really you just got to put the ball in play, whether that's pass it, shoot it if you can.
Swim it up.
Or pass. Well, you got to pop it before that.
Mm-hmm.
But in college, that's one of the big distinctions. You can actually swim it up without popping it. And
that's what I was going for.
And I like that. And I like that in college. However, I've had officials in college tell me the reason why that's there is just, again, because of the experience group. When is the ball in play? A high school athlete might not know when the ball's in play, so that's why it gets. So that's why there's a different rule between the two levels.
6-on-5, I think, and it was away from the ball, so it's going to be the first opportunity, a golden opportunity for Pioneer with that man advantage. They trail by 8, 4:18 to go here in the first half. Swings it up. I think the two posts are too close together. Now they spread out. Left side post, kicks it back, and actually they're running the 3-3. Takes the shot with nothing on it. Oh, my goodness. I think that is one that Sienna Galban would love to have back. The penalty is over. 50-50 ball, though. Nice job there keeping it alive, and now it will be the River Brats bringing it up the pool. 8-zip is our score. 4:06 to go in the first half. Passes it down. Has a driver. Doesn't see it. Now it does. Brings it in. It was too far out. It's a loose ball, and they're going to give it to the Pioneers.
Yeah, good read there by Maddie to jump out and steal that ball to prevent potentially another 5 meter from happening.
Long stretch pass up the pool. Gets it to number 3. That is Weighing. Weighing, though, now being guarded tightly. Ordinary foul called. She's going to get a free pass here. Pops it, looks, waits. Tries to fire it down to the hole set. Not a great pass. But still somehow ends up with it. Too many people so close together. 6 on the shot clock. Gets inside 2. What do we got? What do you call?
Penalty there.
A 5 meter or a kick out?
A penalty.
Yeah, he did call the 5 meter. Okay.
Yeah, again, you had a player with inside water, and she got fouled from behind. So nice call there by the official.
Oh, you're doing okay. Sorry. All right, here we go. Shooting it will be Lindstrom, Kate Lindstrom. There's the whistle. There's the shot, and what a save there by Hargett. A spectacular save on the 5 meter. Oh, my goodness. That is just deflating if you're a team when a goalie stone cold you. It's one thing if the shooter hits the post, but to have the goalie stone cold you, that's a great save.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice save. I won't talk about missing too many 5 meters because last fall with our Michigan State team, we weren't exactly at the highest percentage, especially when you consider the amount of shooters that were on that team. It was one of those mysteries of life.
Yeah, and well, obviously, foul called on Pioneer. Possession goes back to the River Rat. Bad pass, but there's just enough players from Huron there to keep possession. Tries to turn, nothing there. Still outside, going to have to dump it back up. Too hot of a pass for the point. Now picks it up, 16 on the shot clock, tries to turn, nothing there. Ball at mid-pool, one ups it to the left side flat. Ordinary foul, outside 6, she can shoot it, she does shoot it. She hits the post, it's a 50-50 ball, and it will go to Huron. I beg your pardon, to Pioneer.
Yeah, iron unkind, I guess we can say, for Emma there. Again, she just makes it look so easy, rising out of the water and getting a really hard shot off there.
Another great defensive read there by Huron. Fires this one up. One on Zip here. She's at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. One-on-one with a goalie. Waits long, shoot, hits post, gets a change, puts it back up, blocked again. Oh my goodness gracious. 2 spectacular saves that time by Bayback.
Yeah. Great anticipation there. Got big, really shut off the angle and forced that stop.
Oh, my goodness. Now we're seeing some spectacular goalkeeping here in the last 2 minutes. 8-zip, though. Huron on top with under 2 to go in the first half. Offensive foul. Possession's going to go back to the River Rats. And a timeout is called. Mary Chatney calls her first timeout here with 1:53 to go. So let's go back to the issue you had with the 5 meters. Now, one of the things that people I'm not making fun of that. What I'm getting at is we talked about this a little bit yesterday. A lot of fans who are watching us here on the YouTube network or come to the games of their respective teams, but don't really know water polo or sports in general. What I think people really don't recognize is that the games that we play are less than 10% of the commitment that these players and coaches put in to the sport. 90+% of your time is practice. And when you have, and I think the 5 meter shot it'd be like for a golfer with a putting. You can get the yips in your own head, and you can psych yourself out of being a good 5 meter shooter.
Oh, definitely. And I think that you'll have 5 meter shooters, once they miss, they won't want to take another one. They'll have somebody else because then they feel that they're kind of cursed. But it's not 100% guarantee. It's just like free throws in basketball. You're not guaranteed to hit them all. And I know as a coach, the one thing we would do is maybe towards the end of the week or you had a big tournament, is that mainly for your goalies, you would actually try to practice a couple 5 meters so that way they get the feel for it. The whole setup, doing the whistle like a referee would, so that way they get the full feeling, and it kind of helps your shooters. It got to the point with my team where I stopped watching, and then a few started to go in. So it was my superstition that I wasn't going to look. Actually was doing that at nationals, and a couple of the other coaches that were watching that I knew were kind of giving me a hard time for it. But then I told them why, and they just started to laugh about it. So
it's funny how the coaches do have their superstitions on stuff like that. And I think I have just enough time here to bring this up. It's 2 parts of the game that are so potentially huge and guaranteed scoring, or should be, or nearly guaranteed scoring, that we get psychologically shoot ourselves out. The other one is on a counter when you're one-on-one with a goalie. A lot of people do not have a good move or two that they can throw from their arsenal.
Yep. And again, no shot's ever going to be 100%, but when you miss, you just kind of got to let it go and forget it and move on.
All right, back to live action here. And actually, we've had a change in the goal. I think that's now 1A. Yeah, it is. Vicky Underwood's in the game now. Shot taken, shoot, scores. Nicely done. Putting the biscuit in the basket is Allie Sutton, the senior. And it's now 9-zip with 1:43 to go in the first half.
Yeah, good look there for Huron. Pioneers done a good job slowing Huron down this quarter.
That was just obviously a design play off of the timeout, and it worked to perfection.
Yeah, I'm thinking, though, for Will Hart, it's something to point to that at least the defense wasn't perfect in this quarter, but it's improved. It's
and it was
better.
6-zip at the end of the first quarter, and they've kept them to just 3 here in the second. Ordinary foul called at about 7 meters. Looking for a driver. Fires it in, has the driver coming in. Loses the ball, tries to pick it up. Now does. Wants to turn it, gets it. What a move, but then it's stolen right back. I don't know what was better, the first move by number 7, Lindstrom, or the steal by Xana Baker.
It's one of those, anything you can do, I can do better.
Down to a minute to go here. 1 goal away from the shorter clocks in the second half. Fires it down, double team there, kicks it over, wide open. Left side flat, wants to shoot, cross cage. Nicely corralled that time by Bayback, and possession goes back to the Pioneers. Final 50 seconds of the first half. Long stretch pass up the pool. Gets it over to Lindstrom. Lindstrom at about 8 meters. Now she's swimming it in slowly, methodically, trying to find a driver. Waited just a smidget too long. Allowed the River Rats to close defensively. Ordinary foul with 8 on the shot clock. She's inside 6, can't shoot. No, actually she was outside, but now that pass is off the mark, and it's going to be intercepted. And for the final 27 seconds here, they can play for the last shot if they so desire. Oh, that's a great veteran play there, goalie play by Vicky Underwood. Down to 15 here. Ball still only at mid-pool for Huron. Nobody really open. They're slowing down here. Ordinary foul. Takes the shot, deflected. And it's, that's a 2-meter with 2 seconds. And that's a great see by Lauren. Yep. She stopped it from a 2-meter, and then she pulled it out. And when she did, unfortunately, she touched the end line.
Yep, and Lauren was right on top of that from a tough angle, too. So that was good to see.
Pops it, and I thought that was a quick 2 seconds there. But that's going to do it for the first half, so we will not have shorter periods in the third quarter. Our score at the end of 2, it is 9-zip Huron over Pioneer. We'll step out for a word from our sponsors. We'll be back with the second half. Keep it here on the MWPA Network. with director-producer Chase Joseph. Thanks for joining us as we get set for the second half here. 9-zip Huron over Pioneer in this battle for 5th place here at the University of Michigan. Donald and Andy Terrian get set to drop the ball here for this sprint. And it's going to actually be won that time by the Pioneers. And a timeout was called. Interesting, Will Hart. He had something in mind. If we win the sprint, I want a call a timeout. I want to set. No, he's actually just using the setup play. So don't head over.
That's interesting. You see that when a team is up and has an advantage, but you know we're it's Will Hart, so you got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
And I was thinking that he probably already had the plan drawn up, so that's why he didn't need the full timeout. He'll just use the set, and it's not like you get money back if you don't use it.
Yeah, it's not like you carry him over to next season.
So they dump it down, but whatever play it is, I'm not really seeing a lot of movement, and it's stolen. Oh, Lauren Weiss bails out. She said it was a elbow push-off.
I think that one surprised even the Pioneer coaches.
Gets the driver coming in, gets it over, weak side, wants to shoot, shoots, but another great save there. And I think that, is that 1 or 1A? No, it's back to 1, so that's back to Hargett, back in the goal.
Probably trying to give both seniors some opportunity here in the last game. That's the other thing about these games you do as a coach is, you want to get your younger kids into, but at some point you want to get whatever seniors you have kind of back in the water one last time.
Give them their last hurrah, and they've earned it.
Mm-hmm.
Pioneer setting up on offense, going right to left on your dial. Driver coming in, but drives in towards the wing. Looking for somebody. There is just nobody in safe water for her to pass to. 6 on the shot clock. 4 passes it over. Gives it to Streeter. Streeter now is by herself. She can walk it up. She's just inside mid-pool. Looks, finally gets contested. Fires it down to the hole set. Tries to get something on it, but they're really...
Caps bunch up like that. Sometimes they can be hard to tell.
And that's the enunciation key. And Wilson fires it around. Still running I can't even call it a 3-3 now. I could.
There by Sienna, unfortunately, again, iron unkind, just off the bar.
My favorite thing to throw at people when I'm doing my full-time job is, hey, if you hit the iron too many times, I'm going to charge you for. Ooh, that could fires it over, down low. Right side, up to the left side flat or post, back down. Really doing a good job and easily corralled that time. Baybeck once again gets the stop. They stop the 6-on-5. We're kind of playing almost a half-court game right now, Matt.
Yep, and on that call, that's one of those plays because Emma actually did step out and looked like she was about to shoot, but with the head contact as an official, player safety is always a top priority, so you got to make that call to make sure it doesn't escalate.
Oh, yeah, and my running joke there, too, is if I see the penalty, it's one. And that's a shot clock violation. I did not. She brings it up the pool. They try to get it down to the hole. They do. And that's going to be a penalty, or is it a 6-on-5?
It looks like a penalty. Again, Baker got inside position there as Sienna fouled.
And I think that's at least 2, maybe 3 on Sienna.
I do see the table holding up the red flag, which is really hard to see the table from where we're at.
So that red flag, of course, means that's their 3rd penalty of the game. And that, unfortunately, for Sienna, it was just a junior, so she'll be back.
Hey, you don't take those exclusions out with you either.
Xana Baker skip shots, puts the biscuit in the basket. She does have a hat trick now for Baker, and it is 10-zip Huron with 3:44 to go here in the 3rd.
I was at a USA water polo camp and had a national team coach tell the kids, you get 2 before you are in trouble of falling out of the game and you don't get to carry them over. So if you're in a position where you can take one, then take one. Obviously don't want to necessarily give up a penalty, but there's no sense of giving off a free shot either.
Long stretch pass up the pool. Swings it, looks around, pressure comes. Pushes back out towards the end line. And now it's going to be a ball. Nope. Yeah, ordinary foul called, not a ball under, I beg your pardon. Takes the shot, and that's a 2-meter. It is. Good call. So possession will stay with the Pioneers. They'll have to bring it back towards Lauren Weiss, the official, at the 2-meter.
Interesting there that the defender, at least from my vantage point, looked like she might have come forward with her hand on that shot, but wasn't apparently enough to draw the exclusion.
Pops it, looks. She can shoot. She could have walked it up, too. I just so love that, Matt, with the 2-meter. Everything's at your discretion.
Yep, I think it definitely frees up the offense and gets people excited. More offense is usually a good thing for spectators.
Hopefully, more of the younger kids, the middle schoolers into the younger high schoolers, will start to understand what a weapon that really can be moving forward. Another 6-on-5 coming up here. Cordova as putting the biscuit in the basket once again for Huron, making it. All right, so congratulations to the senior, Allie Sutton, with the assist going to number 13, Callie Streeter on that one. Streeter. 11 zip Huron, final 2:45 of the third quarter here. Pioneer just trying to get on the board. We have had one shutout in this tournament, and ironically, it was against Pioneer. Zip in the first game yesterday. 6-on-5 coming up here, though, for the Pioneers. Another opportunity to get on the scoreboard. One pass up, left side flat. Gets it over to the right side post. Back up to the post, and a great defense, but keeps the ball above the water. Loses it, and it's going to be intercepted. What another great play there by Baker defensively.
Yep, excellent knockdown and steal there.
Bringing it up I mean, there just are not enough adjectives to describe what she can do offensively with the ball.
Yeah, and again, Sharon.
We talked about it at the end of halftime about players have to come up with those moves when you're one on the goalie. And there are just some people who are naturally gifted with the ability to do any different weird, crazy shot belt on those breakaway opportunities.
Yep, Josh was certainly one of those players. Emma is certainly one of those players, and
tempted to pop it, fires it up the pool, somehow gets it into safe water. No kick out yet, and Terrian being Andy Terrian. He was going to give Emma every chance to finish it naturally.
Yep.
When she couldn't, now the 5-meter comes.
Yep, and I do think that was a good job by him, but as soon as she lost the ball. And
our Maddie Baybeck, the junior, you're going to keep that one in your noodle going into next year.
Oh, definitely. And I think she has actually played very well this game, too.
Counter for Emma. She might just swim this one in. All by her lonesome. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. My heart just breaks for Baybeck, who is standing on her head making saves. But what are you going to do against Emma? And you just keep seeing Emma against you. It's like practice, and it's your worst nightmare. You wake up like, oh, here comes Emma. Oh, here comes Emma. It's like the old commercial showing how old we are. Time to make the donuts. I made the donuts. Do I got to see Emma again?
She can always go back to that penalty shot, though, and be like, I got that one.
Yeah. Ha, 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 ha. 13 zip Huron on top over Pioneer. 50 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Passes it up. Pressure comes by Baker. Gets it back up. She's outside. Could have shot it. Waited too long. Oh,
She actually popped it. There was a subtle pop first, and that's something.
I didn't see it, so I'm glad you did.
That's something some of the officials that I've worked with, we've been talking about how, especially in the women's game, we've noticed that the kids don't necessarily clearly pop the ball, which can add to the confusion
of the defense
and of the officials if you're not paying attention. So, but I did see a pop there, and she popped it again for good measure, but.
Nice save once again. Now, that's interesting, too, because especially the one official who has to look over at the table, and if you looked at could miss that subtle pop, as I did, and I didn't actually move my head.
Yeah, and I know when the rule first came into place, I even remember a call that I made where my attention got turned elsewhere because of a drive and what looked like maybe a hold, so I missed the pop. So when I came back, the defender was attacking. There was an exclusion. I freely turned to the coach and said, look, I might have missed that, and kind of owned it. And the coaches, even the kid, was kind of like understood why, but it's just something that it took some getting used to when the rule first came into place.
All right, well, we have 3 in the books. Unfortunately, I guess, or maybe fortunately, or maybe indifferent, it's going to be a shorter fourth period here thanks to a 10-plus goal differential. So we will have that for you in just a moment. Keep it here in the MWPA Network. To the fourth quarter we go. 13-zip Huron over Pioneer in this battle. 10-plus goal differential. Entertaining game, though. And yes, it's been one-sided. And yes, the number 1 seed for the River Rats is winning the game rather comfortably. But we have actually seen some good polo by players on both teams.
Yep, and I think Pioneer's gotten stronger as this game's gone along, which in a game like this is something that you can definitely point to as a coach, even though the score is what it is.
Paired up for the Pioneers. Swings it all the way up to, and I got a look on that one. That's a V player getting some minutes. I suspect. I could be wrong on that, but she was on my secondary roster. I think it was stolen right back, though, by the Pioneers. Fires it over, mid-pool with it, and ordinary foul called, but she's facing the wrong direction. I wouldn't give the ordinary. Swallowed up quickly there, and that's another one I'm going to have to look for. Gets it back, shoots, blocked. This is all
benefit for Pioneer and Huron to try to get.
We did look, and you were right, Matt. I was wrong. This is the second year in a row as that shot is deflected, where the 4 West Side teams all made it to the top 4 for the women's division.
Yeah, that stuff can cycle, though. You'll have years. You'll have years where the East is a little bit stronger and places more teams in the top 4, and but this year it just speaks volumes to how strong that West Side was.
Oh, and as I said, there's still Kentwood by Jared Lane and East Grand Rapids by Raheem Brown.
Yep.
3 minutes to go, still 13-zip. The River Rats bringing it up the pool. Nice pass on the money, trying to get inside to safe water. That definitely was number 5 that time. Timeout going to be taken by Will Hart here in the final 2:49. He's already used his setup timeout, so this is going to be.
She didn't climb on the back. She tried to work around, and even
went down in a state tournament.
I've never fallen in. I have slipped on deck before and fallen down as a coach.
My first time coaching, and I'd been there as a swimmer and a player at East Grand Rapids many times, but the first time coaching at East Grand Rapids on that wobbly bulkhead, I was come to swoosh down and bench there. But man, I was like, oh goodness, and yeah, everybody in the pool saw it, so it would have been worse had I splashed.
Yeah, mine was at Grand Haven. You just went.
I like to rib on people all the time. It doesn't matter who it is, you know, especially if I'm not going to rib on people I don't know, but on people that are friends of mine. See what the Pioneers do with it. Tries to get it down low, but great defense. Somehow keeps it. It was a 50-50 ball. Now it's intercepted. Nicely done there. Hands it off to Baker. Fires it down low, and the goalie comes out, and what do we got?
Yep, the penalty.
Yep. Now that was correct.
Even inside their own defensive 6-meter, they can.
So then I guess that could have been just called an ordinary.
I agree with that penalty, though, based on where she's at. And anytime a goalie comes outside of 6, they're just a field player.
Wow.
So that automatically brings ordinaries into play. If you get goalies that are really far out, especially off to the side, committing a foul, there's not necessarily an immediate probable goal. So you can call an ordinary. You can also call an exclusion, too, on a goalie instead of a penalty. But that one I kind of agree with.
Was the second 5-meter stop of the day.
Played phenomenally well in this game.
She's the MVP of this game. The back-to-back games, we had both goalies in this game, or all 3 goalies have played great in this one.
See, and right there, that's a good example of a goalie committing an ordinary.
Her 4th goal of the game. Surprised she's still in. It's now 14-zip Huron. Unless, again, number 5th place team in the state when it's all said and done.
Yeah, there's 2 school of thoughts and let them play out their final game. You know, I also have no problem with letting younger kids play too.
Yep, it's coach's discretion there, and it's certainly not like Huron's trying to run it up.
Yeah, and I always tell people, you know, as a coach, I've been on both ends, and even if I'm on the losing end, I still want the other team to play.
I absolutely.
But at that point, I actually run an offense, and because that's how when my team's down, that's how we're going to learn too.
And that's exactly the point. Under a minute to go now here in regulation. Okay, you're plus goals to them. And Dave would never run it up. Dave McWaters was not a coach that would make it so they were just playing, even if it's half-court polo.
Yep. And I think that's a great way to handle it. And I was never big on having your kids necessarily, unless they wanted to, switch hands. It's like just play the game and finish it out. My kids necessarily doing it.
Oh yeah, I got you. Final 15 seconds here in this game where it is going to be Huron. Actually, they're just going to hold on to the ball and finishing out her career. Hargett gives it off to Emma. Emma basket for the last time is the senior, Margot Leone. Congratulations to her. Nothing Baybeck could do on that one, and that's going to be probably our final score as they bring it up. I think they're going to let Baybeck take a shot here. Waiting for the whistle.
Referee's got to line it up.
There's the whistle, gives it off. She gets the shot, it'll count on. They will finish the season with a banner, number 5 in the state, thanks to a 15-zip victory over the Pioneers. For the Pioneers, time and time again. That's 2 shutouts on his team this weekend.
Yeah, but you love the effort of the kids, and I actually thought Pioneer, again, played a really strong second half. Just was unfortunate that they couldn't put one in the net.
All right, well, that's our final score. Folks, we're about 21 minutes away from our next game. The next game, it's actually going to be Matt will be joined by Harrison for the next game. That will be the battle for third place. That's going to be Jenison versus Granville, and we'll have that for you at 12:30. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
2 games down, 2 games to go here from this game. Granville-Jenison. This matchup has happened only about 400 times this season. These two teams have played a lot of close games. Granville won the last one, championship game. Matt Latham, Joey Sutherland, all-state tournament team. The officials for this afternoon's contest are Peter Biscaduros, Dan Aidsmont. Leading down to our right wearing the dark caps, Jenison in the light. Jenison, of course, in this game in the top 4 for the first time in a while after line showing here this weekend.
They've had a great showing here at the state tournament. I thought they did a very nice job. Sometimes losing a close game like that can be a downer for this one. I think, though, the schedule, having a night to kind of sleep on it, get over it, I think really, really helps teams in that situation. And plus, they're playing, a close rival here today with Granville. So I'm sure they want to end the season with a W.
Granville again back here, disappointed, I think, after last night's semifinals open. As he said, they had that night to sleep it off, get over it. I think that helps the quality of polo here in this last game of the weekend.
Yep, exactly. Kind of the same thing where they maybe didn't want to be in this game, but here they are, and you try to end with a W and go out on top.
Team with a lot of seniors too, and this is the last time they're going to be together. And you and I know this best, and this is kind of more of a life thing, but like when you graduate from high school, you don't see a lot of people after that. So this is the last time many of these kids might even really be all together as a group for a while here.
Yep, so you certainly want to finish on a high note.
Jenison wins the opening sprint as we're underway. Here's Heiser, All-State second teamer, just announced a few minutes ago. Whoever the PA announcer was, give that guy a raise.
It did an excellent job there.
Got some good crowd reaction as well. Although he probably should have saved the MVP for last instead of Coach of the Year for last. It's about the kids, not the coaches.
Exactly. I was too busy trying to get a sandwich, so.
I thought about that after the fact, and I was like, Harrison. Here comes Granville up the pool after the Jenison turnover. Bargain-Quast trying to cut off Norton. Bargain-Quast up top, down to Brzee. Brzee has Sarah Kelly in center. Here comes a drive from the near side. It's Bankson coming. 10 of the shot clock. Ordinary foul called on the far side by Aidsmont. Brzee looking for something to do. Got nothing, and she didn't pop the ball in time, so that shot not going to count officially. And it's going to be Genesis's ball, and that's just kind of a mental error that time.
Yeah, that rule's been in place for a long time, so it's surprising to see that get called here, but everybody makes mistakes.
Haley Sherman leans on her back, takes the shot over top of the net. On your back, shot's going to go high most times.
Yep, got to set your legs, follow through, crunch your stomach, snap that wrist.
Here's Alyssa Light out near mid-pool setting up the offense ahead to Maddie Light. Had herself a good semifinal. Into traffic. Good steal that time from Michaela Muir. And it's a 3-on-2 up the pool if Jenison hurries. They don't. They throw it back into 50-50 territory, taken away by Brzee. Nice takeaway there to get back over her hips and make that steal.
Yep, and now Granville on the attack here has an opportunity.
One-on-one, Bankson in center. Hit from over the top. There's an ordinary foul to the outside for Bargain-Quast. 5:35 to go here in the first. Great takeaway on the far side by Caroline Norton.
Yeah, these two teams have played quite a bit this year, both at least winning at least one game.
Granville leads 4-1 in the matchup, but they've all been close, including an overtime game, another one-goal game in there. It's not like there have been a lot of blowouts between the two. Thrown into the middle, offensive foul. Up the pool, here's Bargain-Quast, 2-on-1, maybe a 3-on-2. Bargain-Quast takes it, Bargain-Quast in on goal, the shot, scores! 1-0 Bulldogs.
Yeah, one of Granville's best offensive players getting loose there in transition, putting the ball in the back of the net.
All-state first team, Isabel Bargain-Quast. Pushes that one in low on the skip, on the break. I liked what the defense did. They decided I'm going to take away the pass and let my goalie take the shot. There's not a lot the goalie can do in that situation, but that's really all you can do on defense.
Right, exactly. You want to have your goalie locked in on one player, and if you leave that player across the pool wide open, then that makes it a goal usually much easier to.
Up top, Radowski draws the ordinary way out there, about 10 meters. Radowski winds, fires the shot for the top left, and tracked nicely by Leah Green. Green wings it up the pool into traffic and kind of forced that one a little bit.
Yeah, just a little short there in transition.
Up the pool, scramble to get back on defense here. Norton at the point throws this one into center, and she had the driver there, but it was a bit of a double team. Bulldogs take this one away. Up the pool, Maddie Light ahead to Annabelle Brzee. Bulldogs clearing out now. Brzee ball in hand. Ordinary foul that time as she was in traffic. Brzee kicks it out wide. Brzee had advantage, got to keep going, and fumbled pass this time by Sarah Kelly. Good takeaway by Rachel Heiser. All-state second-teamer.
Yeah, anytime you had an advantage, you got to be able to try to fight through the contact and try to finish.
Alyssa Light out here. A lot of the voters will say this, in terms of the All-State tournament team, have loved Alyssa Light's weekend. She's been locked on some of the other teams
like they should, and she's certainly an example of somebody that could have, taken home a bigger All-State season award.
Long lob shot, great track by Leah Green, and you saw she put her backhand down, waited, and followed it kind of like a little bit of a rainbow arc there. That's how you defend the lob shot from way out there.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the demo you just did up here too.
It was perfect. It's exactly what somebody probably taught her a couple of years ago when she was a freshman. Bankson up top for Kelly. Kelly's got all kinds of time. Pump fakes once, twice. Waits for the defender to come to her. Takes the shot, center cage. Easy stop for Vanden Bosch.
Yeah, nice stop by Allie there. Locked in on that shot. Nice goaltending battle developing here in this game.
1-0 Granville. 3:13 to go here in the opening quarter of the third place game. One team gets a plaque. The other team goes home a top 4 team in the state, but no hardware. Easy exclusion straight through the back there, that time by Brzee. And a timeout for Spencer Sanders, a setup timeout.
Yeah, simple call there to make. 2 hands down over the back. Offensive player clearly wasn't able to turn there, so there's no reason to wait to try to see if you can turn that into a penalty.
6-on-5 set up here for Jenison. Where did Aubrey Scott go on that? I didn't even see.
She had a question for one of our officials.
Interesting. Up top, working it around the outside. Opportunity for Heiser. Heiser's got rotation to shoot there for Jenison.
Yeah, nice read there by Isabel.
Pass into 50-50 water, but Brzee just able to get there in time, take the ball away. Pops it, puts it in play. Heiser's all over her. And a turnover here called. Here comes Heiser in on goal. 2:35 to go here in the first. Heiser in on goal. Saved by Green. 2-meter.
Nice stop there. I'm curious if the Jenison player there actually put the ball in play or not. It was hard to tell just from our vantage point just because the Granville player was kind of blocking the view. But the Granville bench was up in arms about that. You can't just swim with the ball. Now, if the player threw it forward and then started swimming with it, that's different.
Trying to draw the ordinary out here is Heiser after the big save by Green to keep this one scoreless. One-touch play, and this one's going over the end line that time by Radowski as she just caught it a little bit too late, missed it wide left.
Yeah, nice opportunity there for Jenison and a good look.
Over the top foul this time coming from Haley Sherman way out near mid-pool. Here's Bankson. Bankson down the right side, trying to cut her way inside. Bankson pressed out towards the corner. Good defense here by Jenison. Light trying to drive, held up, back to the ball now. Light draws the foul right at 5, kicks it over to Bankson. Bankson tries the shot, tipped by the goalie over the top, and I think that ball was potentially going high the whole time. It's hard as a goalie to let that go. But
yeah, you always tell our goalies to better be safe than sorry.
Here's Maddie Light, pops it, swims it up. You can shoot from this position on the 2-meter. Elects not to, kicked it up top. Here's Bargenquast. Haven't seen a lot of teams try that. Bargenquast way out near mid-pool, thinking about it. Bargenquast into the driver, into a scrum, protected by Alyssa Light. That's a great play to just protect the ball. Up top, here's Light again. Light takes the shot, saved by Vanden Bosch and out of play. That was a nice stop.
Yeah, another nice stop by Allie, and the goaltending battle continues here late in the first quarter.
It's been one of the real keys to Jenison's success this week, and the defense has been good, but the goaltending of Allie Vanden Bosch has also been very good. These are, I think, the 2 best goalies in the tournament.
Certainly been playing like it so far.
Bankson fouled in center as the triple team came. Bankson kicks it out. Here's Maddie Light. Maddie Light over the top, and that one skied over the crossbar.
And another good defensive stand there by Jennison.
Opportunity here for Jennison to get back to even. Minute 10 to go. Here in the opening quarter. 1-0 Bulldogs lead. Goal by Bargain-Quast on a breakaway. Thrown into the driver. Turned right over here to Granville. 55 seconds on the clock now. Green surveys the pool, trying to find someone get the ball up on offense too. She'll go to Alyssa Light, who has been as steady as they come this weekend. Brzee with a nice drive. Brzee's got all kinds of room, then ran into the center defender. A little bit of a tangle up on defense. Inside water there for Bankson, and Kelly just missed on the pass.
Yeah, another good defensive read there by Jennison. This game has a feeling that it might be first team to 3 wins.
Exclusion in the middle of the pool. Looks like Bargain-Quast away from the play. Dan Aesmont on the call.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one. Interesting, Jennison did not use a timeout.
16 seconds on the game clock here in the quarter. Up top, Norton dropped it back one more time for Heiser. Heiser's way out there. 10 seconds on the game clock here in the first. Norton fakes it back to Heiser. Last second shot, tipped and blocked. Saved, it's in a scramble. Leah Green swims away with it, and that's how the first quarter ends. Granville leads it 1-0 here on the MWPA Network. It was a very competitive opening frame of action here in the third place game.
Yeah, and field player block.
We're going to take a quick break here on the MWPA Network. We'll bring it back with the start of the second quarter next. That's how the first quarter ends. Granville leads it 1-0 here on the MWPA Network. It was a very competitive opening frame of action here in the third place game.
Yeah, and field player block.
We're going to take a quick break here on the MWPA Network. We'll bring it back with the start of the second quarter next. Welcome back. Second quarter about to get underway here. Harrison Mott, Matt Latham on the call here on the MWPA Network. Granville, Jennison in the third place game. Granville here for the second straight year. Jennison, again, I got to give them a lot of credit. They improved by 13 wins and 1 loss from last year. They also improved by being a district quarterfinalist and going out in that round to making it here to the third place game. There are not a lot of situations. Can you remember any other teams that have done anything like that?
The only team that I think I can remember potentially doing that was they were not qualifying to maybe getting 4th, but I don't remember where that team bowed out before the state tournament. So it's certainly a great turnaround that Jennison's had this year to get to this point. And they've been competitive in every game. They were competitive in every game at regionals too. So,
yeah. I mean, they had Hudsonville tied into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be that surprising, I guess, that we see them here.
Jennison 2 for 2 on the sprints today. Heiser draws the ordinary out past mid-pool. Jennison trying to draw back to even. Ball to Norton. Norton at the point, backs out with Alyssa Light on her. Near side of the pool, Radowski, fouled by Bankson. Trying to go into the center. Center heads good position. Turn, shoots. Stopped by Green to the goal line. She throws it away. Smart play by Leah Green to stop that one and get it away from danger.
Yep.
I can tell you I did teach her that one. If you're in serious danger, throw the ball as far away from the cage as you can.
Yeah,
that's cool with me.
Yeah, and I know some coaches also talk about throwing the ball out of bounds, too, just to give the other team a 2-meter.
That's okay with me, too.
But either way, she got that off the goal line.
That was, I mean, that's expert-level goaltending right there.
Yeah, and Spencer was hoping it went in, but we do have goal judges here, so.
Exclusion on Rachel Heiser coming. Held up Bargancloss on the drive. 6-on-5 here for Granville. All 4 timeouts. They're going to hang on to their timeouts for now. Brzee across to Bankson. Bankson thinking about it. Up top for Light. Light shoots. Goal post.
Yeah, had an opening there, but unfortunately, said this in the last game, ironed unkind, even though the goals aren't really ironed.
What are they?
I'm assuming these are the composite ones.
Okay. That's good to know.
Some of them have wood, though, but I don't believe those are these cages.
That would be killer. That's old school. Up top, Norton into center. Opportunity here by Dolick. A shot right into the stomach of Leah Green, who makes another stop. 5:36 to go here in the second.
Yeah, another good defensive play there by Maddie Light to knock down that shot. So her stellar defensive play continues in this game.
Trying to get a drive going. Here's Maddie Light at the point with it. Light looking ahead. Doesn't have a driver. Gives it instead to Brzee down in the right corner. Brzee thinking about it. Got a driver coming if she can hang on. Brzee turns to the inside. Brzee's got a little room. Shot clock draining. Got to get rid of it. Draws the foul in there. 1 second on the shot clock. Brzee, I don't think, knew that and throws it into the middle of the pool, and it's going to be Jennison's ball going the other way.
I talked about this yesterday, how when you come to a pool, you got to know where all the shot clocks are, where the game clock is, so that way you can read those situations.
Up top, here's Radowski. Throws it into the driver. Here's Heiser. Heiser coming, got advantage. Nice spin around defensively by Bargancloss, not to get the exclusion called.
Yep, especially with one follower already.
Someone that Granville can ill afford to lose, especially offensively. Thrown up top, 3 on the shot clock. Winged towards the goal, hit the goal post. Green was a little behind that one. Green rips it up the pool, and it's short of her intended target, Sarah Kelly. It's coming the other way. Jennison's got numbers. Radowski coming in, working on Bargancloss. Bargancloss waits for her, threw it to inside water. Light swims around, and yep, that's going to be the exclusion. She pulled her back to get all the way around.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that wasn't a penalty.
Chance here by Dolick, and a big stop for Leah Green. Shut the door.
It kind of looked like the player had inside position there, so I'm a little surprised it wasn't a penalty, but excellent stop there by Green on the 6-on-5.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, but my goodness, what a save. Wide open at the goal post on the pass.
As the goaltending battle deepens.
Good gracious. This is like the old school NHL playoffs when their pads were like gigantic in the early 2000s. Here's a chance. Brzee missed it wide. Coming the other direction is Jennison, and they're up 6-on-5 if they hurry. Kelly coming back to cover that one. Brzee's coming back to the middle of the pool to try and cover Radowski coming. Opportunity here for Sherman, the lefty. Turns inside. Great turn here. Sherman pops it up, takes the shot over top of the goal. Thought that Green nearly got a finger on that one.
Yeah, now that time I like the no call by the official as the offensive player was able to get inside position, and the defender showed hands to show that she wasn't impeding.
Joey Sutherland getting his workout in next to us in the Drylands area here at U of M. What a beauty. Out at mid-pool, it's going to be an offensive foul for a swim over on Sarah Kelly. Up the middle of the pool, here comes Jennison. In traffic, it's Sammy Steck. Steck spins back to the inside, nearly gave the ball away, somehow contorted to get that one back. Norton with it, out at mid-pool. Foul on Bankson out there. Thrown into center. Brzee is down there. Brzee with the ordinary foul, 14 on the shot clock. Jennison trying to get something going on offense here. Still 1-0 Granville with 2:55 to go in the second. Offensive foul here coming. Now Bargancloss is up the pool. If Kelly looks ahead, she's got her. Kelly does. Passes nearly right on the money. Bargancloss in. Second breakaway of the day, and she scores! 2-0 Granville.
Yeah, the offensive foul came on a pullback on the drive. Looked like a good call by the official. Led to the transition opportunity. Seems to be about the only way we can get the ball in goal right now is in transition.
Or, as some people would say, the biscuit in the basket. I don't think Joey's happy that I just said it.
He's going to be seeing a lot more shirts, I know that.
Yeah, the shirt orders for the biscuit in the basket are through the roof. If you want to know how you can buy a Joey Sutherland's face with biscuit in the basket, you can contact your coaches who have the link on how to buy that from Rebecca Godek. All proceeds benefit the MWPA. Foul in there in center. Up top here, Sherman, the lefty, from her back over top of the goal, and Green saw that one going high, and as she realized it was high, she pulled her hands down to avoid the 2-meter, and with that, Granville is going to use their first timeout of the day.
Yeah, that was a good read there by Green, and you can see the Granville coaches making sure that they're able to call that timeout after the little snafu yesterday.
Taking a look at the pool deck, Hudsonville and Rockford getting ready for the state championship game. I asked both coaches if they wanted to do starting lineups as well, which we haven't done in some time, at least that I remember. We are going to do them, but it's funny because we were in a group chat, me, Katie Claren, and Ian Hewitt. And I said, if you could send me your starters a few minutes beforehand just so I can read them off, that'd be great. And they put them in the group chat, and they said, Katie put it in and said, don't tell Ian, it's a secret. And Ian said, don't let Katie see it either. So they're just having a little fun with each other in the group chat.
Yeah, Joey and I were talking about how this organization, we want it to grow, but right now, we do know how to have some fun on deck, how to kind of rib each other a little bit, and that's certainly one of those cases where you just see coaches having fun before a big game.
Absolutely, love to see it. Two good coaches, been in a lot of state championship games, the two of them. It should be fun. I only wish we could bring in like Mason from the Palace to come do the starting lineups. Could you imagine him here doing starting lineups?
This coming from the same person who wanted goal horns.
I think goal horns in water polo are the best idea ever.
I think this game excluded, I think there are too many goals. Be like at the NHL All-Star game every week.
You're probably right. This would be a perfect game for goal horns.
Yes.
Good crowd on hand here as well. Crowds have been lively this weekend, filling up good portions of the stands. A lot of teams traveling well. I'm sure we'll see some good crowds here for the championship game as well. Here's Bargenquast out at the point with it, out of the timeout, draws the foul out there. Bargenquast turns, shoots, and it's stopped for the 2-meter, but an exclusion as Norton didn't back off. And that's a good call.
And that was a good job by the official, too, to watch to see what happens with the shot, because if the shot goes in, you don't need to call the exclusion.
That was my favorite thing to do as a player when I drew the ordinary. I would get up as quick as I could to see if I could draw the exclusion on the not back off play.
Yep.
And sometimes the official knows that's what you're doing and you didn't give them any amount of time to back off and they won't give it to you. But Austin Myers used to give that one to me left, right, and sideways. Big fan of that.
The officials there having a discussion of where the ball was supposed to be placed.
Brzee has it. Right side of the pool here in the 6-on-5. Toss across here to Sarah Kelly. Kelly works it up high for Light. Maddie Light takes the shot, center cage, and a stop by Vandenbosch there.
Yeah, another good read there by Allie. Kind of jumped the shooting lane and was able to swallow that one up.
Norton up the left side of the pool. Mishandled pass there by Muir and taken away by Bargenquast. Kind of handcuffed her coming across her face. Bargenquast has it, looking up the pool. Bargenquast turns back to the inside. Nice play. Now she has advantage. And an exclusion there out near mid-pool on Michaela Muir.
Yeah, nice turn there on the offensive side. And Michaela just came over the top trying to get back in position.
So the defensive players up top are not quite pressing, but they don't want Bargenquast and Light to be the shooters out there. They're going to make someone else beat them on the edges.
Yeah, they did this a little bit yesterday, too, against Rockford, forcing the wings to try to make that pass.
They also did it successfully against Emma Kuipeinen, where they just pressed Emma and didn't let her take anything. Here's a steal here by Sherman. It's coming the other direction for Jennison. Opportunity here, 3-on-2. Granville trying to get back. Maddie Light surveys, Middle of the pool. Light comes back to the ball. She's going to have time to get there. Mishandled pass across. And an over-the-top play here by Jennison. And an exclusion here, a frustration play that time on Michaela Moles.
Yeah, she pulled back, trying to get back on defense. So that was a good catch by the official. And it looked like they just called a minor act of misconduct, which is also another good call by the official based on what she did. And for the people that don't realize, a minor act of misconduct, which is a very confusing signal, because a full misconduct, you see the official usually spin their hands one over the other or rotate their hands one over the other, whereas the minor is just one. And when you kick off or push off or pull in transition like that, that opens up the door for a minor act of misconduct, which is still just an exclusion. But if you get a second one of those specifically, then you're done for the game.
Spencer Sanders I don't think he saw it, and I don't think he's happy with it. But it was a frustration moment down there. She got caught in a scrum, and that happens. I mean, I've done it before. I've gotten a man for that.
Yeah, and it happens, and we were looking right at the play, and it definitely was a good call by the official.
It's harder when you're a coach because there's so much going on, and you're closer to the water level that to see everything. From up here, we have the perfect vantage point where we're not going to miss much of anything.
We don't miss anything.
No. Here's Brzee up top for Alyssa Light. Light trying to work this one back over towards Brzee. She does. Pass is an errant one out of the kick-out corner. Comes Michaela Moles there. Norton has it. They can play for the last shot of the half. Can Jennison. Norton up the pool, right to Sherman at about 6 meters. Sherman leans back, takes the shot, skip shot, scores! It kind of barrel rolled into the goal that time, and it's 2-1 Granville as Jennison's on the board.
Yeah, Jennison finally able to break the ice there. A nice shot there by Haley that eluded Green. And now Granville looks like they're bringing Green up to take the final shot.
Jennison packing everyone back for the shot block at the horn. Shot is high and over top of the frame. At the half, it's 2-1 Granville here in the third place game.
Yeah, not much you can do there at the end for your goalie taking the shot. There wasn't a lot of time. Tight, close defensive game. So far as continuing to live up to that hype.
We will take a little bit of a halftime break here in the MWPA Network. We're back with the second half and more coming up next. Back here in the MWPA network after a little chuck-a-duck action to left here if you're only listening to us. Granville the other direction in the dark caps. Reminder, following this is the state championship game, Rockford and Hudsonville. The only Michigan team that Hudsonville has lost to this year is, in fact, Rockford.
Yeah, that should be a great game, and I know it's a repeat of the West Regional Championship game that Hudsonville came up on top, but Rockford played two very tough physical games that day, and the energy seemed to take about a quarter to get going. And once they did, it was a pretty competitive and even game. I think ended up being like 9-5 or 9-6 or something like that.
We will have the national anthem, then we'll do the starting lineups. Old school Chicago.
Michael Jordan coming out here?
You think I can get the Alan Parsons Project up in here?
I think you could.
That'd be pretty great.
I just want to see you try to be like Mason.
Ben. You just can't match Mason's energy. If no one knows what we're talking about, the Detroit Pistons still have a public address announcer. Name is Mason. Guy was incredible, electric back in the mid-2000s. Hard to believe that's about 20 years ago now. Jenison wins the opening sprint here to start the second half. 2-1 four-game day here on placement day. Sherman leans back the shot, missed it wide to the left, and that's kind of how she scored her first goal late in the first half.
Yeah, nice read there by Green again, but that was pretty close, so.
Got to get those fingertips a little closer to the goalpost that time. Here's Green up the pool to Maddie Light. Light working here on Sherman. Driver coming. Light looking for her.
Has been very, very good. Jenison once again able to crash and get the steal.
Annabelle Brzee after it, just missed. On that far side, that's Michaela Moles with the ball. Down the right side of the pool, you got a lefty down there in Sherman. Sherman facing the cage, over the top, looking for the backdoor play. Leah Green is there, easily to the ball as the pass a little too far out of the reach of Michaela Muir, who is in center.
Yeah, just lost sight of the ball there. Had she been able to turn around, she would have seen it and maybe gotten an opportunity, but Green did a nice job coming out and stealing it.
5:50 to go here in the third. One-goal game, Granville 2, Jenison 1. Here comes the drive, and a swim-over called on Maddie Light that time, so the drive does not work. Can be a little bit of a fine line between swim-overs and impeding in that regard.
Yes, it can be. Usually you got to look at, though, who's got the correct or better position to make that determination.
Up the near side of the pool, here's Norton into the middle, driver coming. Thrown into a pile. Still after it is Radowski. Radowski is in on goal. Radowski, one on the goal. He turns, takes the shot. Saved by Green. She flipped it over the back of Radowski's head. Now she's back to the ball. Green still attacking, and she's got it on the ordinary foul. What an attack by Leah Green.
Yeah, and I actually like that the officials let that play out. There was never an advantage taken away. She got off a good look. At that point, it's a 50-50 ball, and you just got to see who wants it a little stronger.
Up the right side of the pool, ordinary foul drawn by Bargenquast. Half the shot clock gone here, 5:08 to go in the third. Bargenquast wings it across the formation. After it is Brzee. Brzee spins back to the outside, still on the ball, 9 on the shot clock. Now they got to make something happen quickly here. Brzee looking for Light.
Shot clock late in the possession, just a little bit outside. Might want to say she tried the corner and missed.
No one's listening anyways. Backup shot there, and that was the same skip shot Sherman beat Green on the first time. Hand on top of the water open, palm knocks it down.
Yeah, another good look there, though, for Haley. Things starting to open up a little bit for her.
Big pass up the pool for Brzee. Brzee trying to get inside position here. Ball undered from the side. Nice play by Radowski coming back.
Yeah, great defensive play there to stay off the back, get around, and get that ball under.
Down to 4.5 to go here in the third. Will Hart special here. Throwing up the pool. Here's Sherman one-on-one. That was a very clear push-off in center that time by Sherman.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty clear push-off. I know the Jenison bench isn't crazy about it.
Here comes Bargenquast trying to win on the counter again. Leans back, trying to get something going here. Bargenquast, all the offense for Granville so far today on 2 counterattacks. Thrown up top to Bankson. Bankson looking into center. Leans back, tries to draw the foul. A little pressure passing here. Up top here to Alyssa Light. Trying to roll back to the inside here is Bargenquas. Couldn't get anything going. 6 on the shot clock. Light's going to have to get rid of it here in a hurry. Light wings it towards the goal, and it's in! It was a hope and a prayer, and it floats its way to the left goalpost and home.
Yeah, nice. She put that in the one spot that Allie couldn't quite get to. Another look late in the possession. This time she found the back of the net.
Wow. Maddie Light gets a break here, as will Sherman and Radosky. Both teams going to the bench a little bit. 3-1 Granville, back to their 2-goal lead. Bankson working up top on Norton. Norton's had a great state tournament, and she's called for the offensive was in center. It was on Heiser, called by Peter Biscaduros. Brzee waiting. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The Jennison bench, I don't think saw that. I wasn't looking there either. I think they're just trying to figure out who it was on.
Bankson trying to get position. Brzee, far side, here's Chambers. Chambers thinking about it, lobs, and that one had a little too much air underneath it and floats over top of the cage.
Things starting to open up a little bit on the perimeter for Granville.
Counter attempt here for Jennison. They had numbers up the pool in position for a moment. Good switch called there by Sarah Kelly and Isabel Bargenquas. Get back in good position. Heiser leans back in center. Heiser trying to get something going. Draws the ordinary. Heiser was way inside that time. And Peter Biscaduros' hand never went up, and she never looked.
Nope, never went up, and players got to be aware of that. Ultimately, it's up to the player, though, to figure that out.
Here comes a counter from Brzee. Brzee looking for help. Brzee put it into trouble, throws it back up top, and now Granville will reset. Near side, Bargenquas got a little room. Draws the foul out there. Look for the shot here. Here's Bargenquas. Turn, shoots. Knocked away that time by Vanden Bosch.
Yeah, nice recovery there by Allie after letting in that last longer shot. She was set there, ready for that ball, and made a nice block.
2:42 to go here in the third. 3-1 Granville. Jennison's using a full timeout. Both teams down to 2. I believe both teams have used – Jennison's used their setup.
I'm pretty sure Granville has as well.
I think they both used the setup, so it's 2 full timeouts left here.
Yeah, this game has the feel that if you get a 3-goal lead, it's going to be hard to come back.
Now, we call it a Will Hart special, and we just like to tease Will, but how many games have you seen Will be in that are the over-under set at about 6.5, and he's a pretty safe bet for under?
Pretty close. I will say the lowest scoring water polo game I've ever seen was actually a JO 16U national championship game, and the final score was 2-1.
I hate that.
It was phenomenal goaltending.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
It wasn't just shot clock violation after shot clock violation. It just was tremendous goaltending, and
that's pretty rare,
two
though.
good teams. It is.
That's pretty rare to get goalies that make it a hockey game.
Correct. I think the lowest scoring game I've ever been involved with as a coach was something like 4-3 or 3-2. On the flip side, the highest has been like 27-19 or something like that.
I did see a 28-19 in person last year. It was wanted to put some bleach in my eyes after that. I was in a 3-2 state tournament game against Will Hart. That's one time.
I officiated a game down in Ohio last fall that it was the last game of the day on the first day of the tournament, and the score of the game I think was like 24-12.
Oh,
when you're just kind of trying to get out of there.
I will say this hasn't been bad water polo. It's been the teams have struggled a bit on offense, but the defense has been in the right position. We've seen 2 good goalies here today as well. Vanden Bosch, we've given a lot of credit to Leah Green, but Allie Vanden Bosch has kept Jennison within reach for the most part today.
Oh, definitely, and you knew this was going to be a strong goaltending battle, and it's definitely lived up the hype. But truthfully, both teams defensively are actually playing very well, forcing some outside shots. We've seen the middle open up a little bit for Jennison, just haven't been able to convert. So it'll be interesting to see if Granville adjusted all to that.
Jennison setting something up here. Vanden Bosch will start just past mid-pool, pass it and go back to goal. Not sure if we're going to get a drive. There's a drive coming from up top. Nice spin move to the inside. Fake drive as well. That might have fooled Granville a little bit. Up top now a little bit of room for Muir to operate. Back up top now, everyone's in good position. Another drive coming. They're doing a couple fake drives from up top at the point. This one thrown into traffic. Leah Green is nailed for a 5-meter. Or was that Bargenquas?
Yeah, it was 17.
I caught the number on that late.
It was 17 coming over the back. Granville trying to argue that Green jumped that, but I do believe that was a good call by the official there.
I think Aubrey Scott took a step back after she realized the number, and she said, oh, yeah, that's a good point. Heiser here to make it a one-goal game. Heiser in, scores! Top right. We got a ball game. 2:20 to go in the third. It's 3-2 Granville.
Yeah, nice to. Those are high-pressure shots in a low-scoring game when you're going up against a good goalie. So it was a nice finish there, and Jennison's back to within one.
Run something here off the reset. Leah Green will come up to half pool and wait for the pass. To the right side, here's Alyssa Light. Light forced out towards the lane line, ahead to Brzee. Got a driver coming into center. There's crash defense coming there. Got to look out for that. Brzee pops it, looks for Bargenquast up top. Bargenquast thinking about drawing something. 10 on the shot clock. Bargenquast got to get rid of it, draws the foul. Bargenquast over to Chambers. Chambers thinking about it, shoots it over top of the goal again.
Yeah, another strong defensive possession by Jennison. Not letting any of the Granville shooters get much room there.
Jennison back up the pool, trying to even this game up now. Minute 45 to go in the third. Both teams 2 full timeouts left. 3-2 Granville in front, the third place game. Heiser works this one down to Muir. Into the middle. Banks in, and yep, that's going to be an exclusion there on Holly Bankson.
I don't know if now she recognizes it.
Took her a second to realize who was going to the corner. Chance here for Jennison to tie it. Heiser down to Muir. Muir's got shot blockers, goes across the formation by Dalek. Back up top, Radowski. Radowski, near side, here's Muir. Back across by Dalek. By Dalek again, has the ball, picks it up on top, back to the near side, here's Muir with a shot. Blocked shot that time by Sarah Kelly. And she puts it onto the end line there.
They called that ball hit the end line.
Yeah, I think he was in the act of calling the foul when it happened. Bargenquast tried to turn her way to the inside, could not get position. Good defense here by Heiser on the outside. Brzee waiting for a driver. Brzee over the top for Kelly. Kelly using that long arm. Kelly has the ball taken away from over the top that time.
That honestly looked like a missed exclusion opportunity that the officials could have called there. The defender had her hand on the offensive player's hip and kind of came over the top there to prevent that shot from happening, but
there haven't been a lot of exclusions or 5 meters really all weekend, though. They've kind of been keen to let things develop.
Yep, which the biggest thing is obviously you want officials to get things right, but if they're consistent, that certainly helps, and they have been this weekend.
Up the pool, here's Maddie Light. Light looking ahead. 17 on the game clock. I think she's going to wait. They're going to go to Light. Up to Alyssa Light now. Alyssa Light waiting, 6 on the shot clock. Trying to draw something out there. And a swim on.
Offensive player, or 2 players up top kind of fighting for position.
We're going to the fourth quarter. 3 goals for Jennison, or 3 goals for Granville, 2 for Jennison. It's a 1-goal game. Both teams 2 full timeouts. This should be an excellent fourth quarter as we prepare for the state championship game.
Yes, and again, you just know that next goal is going to be huge because with the way these teams are playing, the goalies are playing, and defensively they're playing, a 2-goal lead feels like 5 or 6 in a normal game.
Spencer Sanders is coming over to talk to the MWPA network. Are you trying to poorly influence Josh Howard's parenting style? Is that what I just saw behind the scenes here?
Hey, I just think any opportunity you have a young child and can put the ball in the left hand to develop as a lefty, it just works well in the world of sports.
Typically does, especially water polo. That can be really useful to have a real good lefty. I know my first year at Granville, we had one, and probably our best player.
I got to ask for our Hudsonville people that might be listening right now, what's in the water over there? Because at least I know at least their boys team just seems like every single year they have 3 or 4 lefties just keep coming. So there's just something in the water over there.
Well, you got Micah Bale, who can shoot with both arms. He's ambidextrous. He's a lefty naturally, but I've been told by Josh Arendt, and I've seen. Just getting some notes on streaming in terms of how many people have watched. This weekend, over 12,000 individual viewers.
I promise it's not just me hitting refresh.
It might have been me a couple of times yesterday, but 12,000. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in. It's a real honor. Great play by Norton to take the ball away from Alyssa Light on top. And Alyssa Light going to be excluded. They had possession of the ball because we've seen a lot of those this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen, at least 2, if not 3 this weekend.
I think 3. One was a 50-50.
There was one at regionals, boys regionals last week or 2
I
weekends
think
ago.
that was Bill Ham trying to motivate his team somehow.
That's one way to do it. Sorry, Bill.
We love you, Bill. It worked out.
I will say the team had his back. It was one of those situations. You as a coach, you hate to do that. It went into overtime, and kind of like 2 weekends ago, the Grand Haven kids had his back, forced overtime, and gave him an opportunity to win it.
So timeout here for Jennison as they draw something up. Drawing up a play here as Granville trying to hang on to this 1-goal lead.
I'm sure I won't hear from Bill next week about that.
We've gone in on Bill about 4 or 5 times this weekend. It's okay. We'd never say a word.
He handled it very well, actually, because I know as a coach, it's like my worst nightmare.
I remember looking, so Joey and I are on the broadcast. Matt is on the game officiating, and I remember saying immediately that ball was not in their possession. I looked down at you, and you were stone still for a second.
I told Joey this yesterday. The whole thing is that we called the ball out. The other official called the timeout, called the ball out, and I said over the mics, because we were mic'd up, from my vantage point, nobody, the Grand Haven player wasn't there, didn't have the ball. What did you see? And he said, I saw the same thing. So that's what the hesitation was. We were just making sure, given the time, given the situation, that what we saw was what we saw.
Because no one wants to have to make that call.
Right.
And that's just, it shows you, our officials, they work very hard to make sure things are even and easy. There's a 6-on-5 here, an exclusion on Alyssa Light. So out of the timeout, Jennison across the formation to the near side. Here's Muir trying to tie this one up. Back to the far side. Heiser's down there. The player in the kickout's going the length of the pool here. Bulldogs got to get back in the ball. Chance for Norton. We're tied.
Great second effort there by Jennison, by Norton. 3 defenders there for Granville weren't able to protect that rebound. And that's something you don't like to see as a coach. You tell those defensive players in front of the goal, you got to help your goalie out, and Jennison was Johnny on the spot, that rebound.
I like that out of the kick out that Granville went for it with the counter the other way.
Yep.
You trust your goalie to make that play. It didn't happen that time, but if it works, instead of getting this game tied, you're up 2.
Yeah, and the thought process certainly is that you're likely going to only give up 1 shot, so that's why a lot of coaches do it, and unfortunately there it didn't work out.
Bargancloss has it, 6-on-5 exclusion on Jennison. Into the corner now, into a barn burner here in the 4th. 1 goal aside, Granville gets their lead right back on the next possession.
And offensive fireworks now all of a sudden in this game, but a nice shot there. Had a small window there on the short side and was able to find it.
So Jennison to even. Sherman looking for the driver. Pass deflected. Still got to Norton. Norton, the shot scores! She's on fire. We're tied again.
The offense has come alive the last 3 possessions.
The pass from Sherman was partially deflected, and had it not been, it might have been long. Just a bad bounce for Granville there, and now they got to take their lead back somehow. Working on the drive here. Here's Green. Near side, Alyssa Light, and a big-time swim over here by Sarah Kelly. Up the pool. Here comes Jennison trying to take their first lead of the day. And a swim over this time on the near side. Offensive foul on Jennison, so it goes right back to the Bulldogs. Maddie Light throws it far side. Brzee has to turn back for it. Brzee looking up the pool for help. Brzee fouled way out there past mid-pool. Brzee ahead to Bankson. 20 on the shot clock, inside 5 minutes to play. Tied at 4, third place game. You always expect these games to be close. This one is start. Kelly gets rid of it, and now they're just trying to get something going, and a timeout for Granville.
That's an interesting timeout because the Jennison player did not realize that she had been excluded. Had that timeout not been called, it opens the door for the officials to call a penalty.
Yeah, I don't think Aubrey Scott's thinking about that, and that's it. She's looking at the middle of the pool saying it's tied. We need a goal right here.
That's true.
Yeah. And with the scramble and the madness in here, sometimes it's hard to recognize. If you can get the officials' attention down the pool, you might get lucky there with that call, but you might as well just play it safe, go for the timeout, get something going.
Yeah, and it is important this late in the game to make sure you convert your 6-on-5 opportunity.
So 5 seconds have come off the exclusion clock here, but they shouldn't have because the player wasn't in the corner, right?
No, the exclusion time starts right away.
Oh, it does start right away.
As soon as the foul.
And that's why the 5 meter matters, because the player could still be trying to be in the play. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so the clock starts right away. You don't wait for the play. As soon as the ball's put in play.
It's been a few years since I've coached. I haven't passed that rules test in a few years. Sometimes mentally I go into Vanderwall. A lot of experience on that coaching staff with J.R. Vanderwall by itself, but then you get Grace Boovy, one of the best players in the state over the last few years. Aubrey and Chloe, you know very well. Brilliant players in their own right. The other end of the pool, Spencer Sanders, the last 3 weeks of the season, he has coached his butt off.
Yeah, done a phenomenal job with this group getting him to this point, and now has him knock on the door potentially of a third place win and a bronze medal.
Granville up the pool here, getting set for the 6-on-5. They're going to change up where a couple of players are. Alyssa Light's going to work it down to the 6 here. Leah Green will start the 6-on-5. 4 minutes 45 to play. Each team with one timeout left. A ball came in from the warm-up pool, courtesy of the Rockford Rams. A little bit of a delay. Green wings this one down to Alyssa Light. We're underway on the 6-on-5. Light up to Brzee. Brzee's got room. Brzee thought about it. Gave it back to Alyssa Light. Light across the formation for Sarah Kelly. Sarah Kelly's on her back, trying to protect the ball. Up top to Bargenquast. Bargenquast looking for it. Exclusion is over. Bargenquast threw it into 50-50 territory. 4 on the shot clock. Light is inside, throws it into the center, and it's turned over to Jennison.
Yeah, great defensive possession there by Jennison. I also thought Haley Sherman did a nice job going out and closing out on those wings.
Norton up top to Bydalik. Bydalik looking into center, doesn't have anything there. Bydalik trying to draw some room out there. Pressure hard by Bankson, threw it into the middle of the pool. Up in the air, scramble for the ball. Maddie Light protecting it. Swum over the top of, and it's going to be Granville's ball.
Defenses seem to be locked back in here.
Yeah, after a little bit of a scoring run for either side. Maddie Light skips this one up ahead to Alyssa Light. Alyssa Light looking for an outlet somewhere. Up ahead to Bargenquast. Bargenquast up to Kelly. Kelly leaning back, 10 on the shot clock. She's got the center open. If she wants it, she gets it to Bankson. Bankson reaching for the ball, trying to get it there. Kicks it back out. Brzzee's got to get rid of it. Attacked from behind, and good defense that time by Jennison.
Yep, and again.
Sherman up the pool, working on Alyssa Light. Norton's got inside position on Bargancloss. 3 minutes and 5 to go here in regulation. Light looking up the pool, working here on Moles. Getting a little physical down there. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Light wings it up the pool ahead to Bargancloss. Good defense there by Jennison to pressure everywhere. Ordinary foul there, drawn. This one is thrown towards the goal, and shot is way short that time by Bargancloss.
Yeah, nice read too by Allie, getting on top of that, making sure it doesn't skip underneath her.
Exclusion here on Brzee behind the play. Jennison's got one timeout left. They're going to hang on to it. Up top, Norton. Norton's been good of late. Norton's been really good this weekend. Near side is Radosky. Walks it in. Back up top for Heiser, All-State second-teamer. Back to Radosky. Radosky thinking about it. Walks it in. Got a little room. Throw it to inside water there. Attacked is by Dalek, and it's going to be an ordinary foul here on Granville. Kelly's got to get back. Back to even. Here's Heiser, downloaded by Dalek. Dalek doesn't have a lot of room. Exclusion is over. Counterattack coming for Granville if they can get the ball back. Thrown across the pool. Here's Radosky. 3 on the clock. Radosky threw it into center. Turn it over here in Granville, shielding the ball there on a helter-skelter possession.
Yeah, Jensen actually had a open post player that just got missed.
3 on 2, and now wide open is Taylor Griffiths for the lead. Yes! Taylor Griffiths off the bench, on the board, 5-4 Granville.
And oftentimes when you have an advantage on one end late in a possession, that means you're going to have an advantage on at the other end. You're unable to convert, and Granville was able to take advantage there of Jennison not getting back.
I don't know when she went in the game. It's been a little while since we've seen her. This might be her first possession in the game. She goes the length of the pool, open, and beats Vandenbosch for the lead.
Good instinct by the coaches then, huh?
That's why Aubrey Scott and Chloe Graberson at under 22 are two of the best under 22 probably in the country. Here's a shot. Score! We're tied again!
Yeah, another good look there. Maybe caught Green napping a little bit, and the shooter recognized that and put a good shot on Cage to tie us up.
95 seconds to play. It's 5-5. What a finish here at Canham Natatorium in the third place game. Crowd getting into it here. It's electric. This is just a third place game. What are we in for next? Green up ahead to Alyssa Light. Alyssa Light trying to turn out there. Light throws it into Bargancloss. Bargancloss in trouble. Turned over here. Nice play by Radosky. Yeah. Both teams with a timeout left.
Again, great help defense by Jennison. Has been strong all game.
Vidalik is behind the defense. Kelly trying to get back here. Granville back in good defensive position now. Chance ahead for Muir. Muir fouled there by Griffiths. Sherman gets inside position and an offensive foul on Sherman. Pushing off.
Yeah,
Green, length of the pool to Bargancloss. Bargancloss, trouble coming behind her and just gets the ordinary foul. That was luck.
Yeah, I think that was a good offensive call down the other end, with the offensive player pushed off to separate.
Here's Maddie Bargancloss has someone coming behind her, tried the lob, it was short, center Cage, and with 34 seconds on the clock, a timeout for Jennison and a chance to win it.
Yeah, this is all you want to ask for as a fan of water polo, is a close, hard-fought game. And you're right, this is only the third place game.
Yeah, I can't believe this is a third place game. This is bananas. Both teams have played well. It's been entertaining. The crowd's been great. What a finish.
Now, if I'm Jennison here, you pretty much have, I think, two options on the table. Obviously, you're going to set up a play with a 4-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. Granville still does have a timeout, but if I'm Jennison, unless the look's there right away, I probably are telling my kids, be patient, don't turn the ball over, let the clock wind down a little bit, so that in the event, if you're unable to get a rebound or a goal, it just gives Granville very little time to do much of anything, even with the timeout.
It's coming to an end here for these two teams. 34 seconds on the game clock, 30 on the shot clock, so it's a full clock here for Jennison, so Granville will get the ball back if they can or has the opportunity at least to get the ball at the buzzer. We'll see. Here's my question: do you hold it for the last shot, or do you just go with your best play and try and take the lead right here?
I mean, I think you go.
These goalies both deserve a lot of credit. Both have been very good today. This score could be very different without Vanden Bosch and Green in net. Hard to say in which direction, but both goalies have made a lot of great saves.
Probably be more like 15-15 right now.
You're probably right about that. Vanden Bosch has it up top. Here comes the play here from Jennison. Tied at 5. This for the late lead. And a turnover here by Jennison and a timeout by Granville. And
the clock, I don't know there's too much of an issue. So, again, go with your best play. Trust your defense. Fortunately for Jennison, their isolation was starting to develop, and unfortunately the player just didn't get enough separation as Maddie Light did a nice job knocking down that pass.
What a finish to this one. Both teams now out of timeouts, and assuredly this will delay the beginning of the state championship game just a little bit. If this one goes to overtime, Joey Sutherland's going to hop on for us because certain people have to get down to pool deck to make some things happen. But what a finish! What a finish to this one, indeed. It's just been a crazy weekend.
It's been a fun weekend. That's really all you can ask for in the state tournament.
Just a moment here as we're trying to get a hold of writing utensil just to take some last-minute notes. Just about ready for the conclusion of this one here. Apologies for the slight delay here in the MWPA network. Granville trying to win this one at the buzzer. What a finish we've had to this state tournament here this weekend. Third place on the line. Granville running something here, trying to get somebody open. And they're going to run a 7-on-6 play. Here's Leah Green. Green going to try and give Granville the win potentially. Green walks it in. The shot, goal post. Now she's got to get back in a hurry. 9 seconds on the game clock. Counter ball comes in. Jennison trying to go for the open goal. Up the pool here, Sherman. Sherman for the win. Yes!
The goalie pull giveth, the goalie pull taketh away. It was a good look by Green. She unfortunately just missed, and Jensen did a great job spreading out to get that open look.
A lot of pressure on that shot. Green at the buzzer for the tie. Tipped over top of the goal, and it's over. Jennison has finished third here at the state tournament on a last-second goal.
Yeah, what a game and what an effort by both teams. Both these teams need to hold their heads up high. Very entertaining game. Certainly don't like to see either team lose this one. Jennison just came up on top with that last-second goal. I think Allie actually might have got a hand on that last one to stop it. So, again, a nice capper for Allie, who played a phenomenal game all day.
With that, we're going to call it good here from the MWPA Network. Joey Sutherland and Matt Latham with you for the state championship game next on the MWPA Network. Joey Sutherland and Matt Latham with you for the state championship game next on the MWPA Network.
All right, sports fans, for the final time this year, we welcome you back to the Donald B. Canham Natatorium on the campus of University of Michigan, where we are moments away from the final game number 12 of the weekend here in the 2022 MWPA Women's State High School Championship in water polo. What a crazy weekend it has been. We have seen some amazing games. We've seen some amazing water polo, and we've seen some amazing finishes. None better than, I would say, than the one we just had. As joining me, I'm Joey Sutherland. My tag team partner for this championship game is Matt Latham. And, boy, you don't see too many finishes like that one.
Yeah, and it's again, just a testament to all the hard work the kids have put in and the effort of both teams to play a thrilling game like that. You know, it's I mentioned yesterday, sometimes the third place game is the hardest game to get up for, and both those teams were ready to go. And that was just phenomenal to see.
Absolutely. It was well coached. I mean, honestly, the only thing, and your heart breaks for the Bulldogs, the Granville girls, because that was a great design play at the end. The problem is, and this is one, no matter how many times you coaches it, you're still dealing with high school kids. You shoot that one with more than 5 seconds to go, and if you're off the mark and it goes out of bounds, you get the ball right back. And truth be told, the ball was a little late getting to the goalie, so it could have been.
We were commenting that usually at normal regular season tournament, the bench balls are on the bench, and as a coach, you like to have the bench ball in your hands so you can get it in right away. But the one thing I did think Jennison did really well there on that play was spread out, so that way Granville couldn't press anybody that effectively, which opened up a couple of their better shooters, and they were able to convert there, which it's a great way to win. It also can hurt to lose that way, but those Granville kids need to keep their heads up high because that was just a great game, and they've had a great season.
Absolutely. I take nothing away from them. And again, with a coaching change in the midseason, to still be literally, if you go back to yesterday, how close were they to be in this championship game?
Yeah. So those kids deserve a round of applause, and Jennison as well for making the climb they did this year.
I was just going to say, Spencer Sanders deserves a lot of credit coaching that team, switching from boys to girls, and what he did with them. And the girls for Jennison played just remarkable polo all weekend.
Yep.
Before we get to this championship game and we talk about it, I want to really take a quick second, Matt, to say thank you to each and every person who wore the whites in 2022 for the MWPA. I'm, of course, talking about our officials. We cannot do this sport without officials. And the officials this year, and I'll let you talk about this after I'm finished here, Matt, but the officials this year, because the boys and the girls for the second year for the second straight year, the boys and the girls played in the same season. Last year it was 100% mandated by COVID. This year it was part of the agreement when we switched it last year that it was going to be a 2-year thing. Because of that, we had officials from the second to third week of March until literally last week that were officiating 6 nights in a row, week after week after week after week. And for Brent Augustine, our head of officials, and for Pat Claren, who assigns it on the west side of the state, their job had to be insane. And some of the officials were, hey, I don't really want to officiate as much as I did back in 2021, and yet ended up doing 6 days a week. I saw more of Pat Claren than probably his family did, and that's just one of a million examples, every one of these. And you just have to say thank you, because they're easy to second guess, as I am the most guilty of second guessing officials. But I also am the first to say I never want the job, and the ones we have do a great job.
Yeah, and I also got a shout out to Brent and Pat as schedulers, because dealing with COVID, dealing with last-minute changes, you have to kind of find people sometimes at the last minute. So it's not an easy job from top to bottom. All the officials work extremely hard to get better. If you're out there listening and you want to actually start helping out, we need officials across the state. So feel free to reach out to any referee or Brent Augustine specifically, so we can get them.
Or the MWPA webpage.
Yep. Because we certainly need the help. and you make good money doing it too. So
Yeah, and don't think you have to be done with college and anything there. College, some people make some great money on the college thing there. Hold on 1 second here, folks. All right.
yeah, I made that. So they rested from a good night's sleep. Very excited to see that this actually topped our last game. As far
But I got to tell you,
as players that can beat you, they're one of the deeper teams in the.
now talking to Ian Hewitt, he said the biggest thing is for them to play their game. The Rams win the opening sprint. With it right now, it is Ashley Lund. Kicks it over to the middle to Josie Gears. Left side flat.
In the center position.
Quick pass up by Roberts. Fires it down. They get it to Tuttle at the side wing. She wants to get it down to the holster for it.
Certainly look for a second. Got to get those early championship game jitters out of the way.
Opening minute here right now, no score, 6 and 10 to go in the first quarter. Rockford and Hudson. Roberts, who denies it, corrals it, and will set this pace once again for the Eagles.
Yeah, Elsie's one of the top goalies in the state, and she was ready for that shot, getting in front of it and knocking it down.
I heard Harrison announcing. Did you happen to hear what place she got in the state?
I actually did not.
I
was enjoying the hospitality room at that time.
Both. I like the way you worded it. We have the feeling out period, but also the jitters into the hole. But that's just easily defended and crashed down on. What's going to happen eventually for the Eagles to make that double hole work? There has to be a threat from an outside shooter.
Yeah, maybe you can still move too with a double set. Try to get that defense out of position.
15 on the shot clock here. Rams and Eagles tied, no score. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Ordinary foul. Thought about it, popped it, kind of. Throws it up to the point. Takes the shot, deflected, it's in though! Oh baby, not the kind of goal you would expect to go in. Senior all one zip.
A nice outside shot, and Elsie just unable to handle that. It's early though.
She didn't look like she was 100% ready for that. It kind of caught her off guard.
A little late, but Josie has a nice hard shot that got in on her quickly.
The Eagles, though, are not a team that gets concerned or overreacts to a negative play that happens. Let's see how they counter on this next offensive possession. Going right to left, get it down low. They're at right about 2 meters. Kicks it back out, left side flat. Lob shot put up, off the mark, but not by much. That was past Stallworth, but Stallworth was helped by the post, and it will be Rockford ball.
Goalie's best friend, right? The goal posts.
Absolutely. All right, Chase, apparently they're having issues with the live stream hearing. Can you see if there's an issue? All right, stolen. I apologize, folks. I'm getting a text message. We're having some audio technical difficulties, but we're looking into it right now. Up the pool, Hudsonville looking to tie it up with 3:35 to go in the first quarter. They trail 1-0. Rockford on top thanks to the Josie Gears 6-meter goal. Okay. Lob shot put up, it's off. It looks like we're good. Yeah, whatever it is, we have one of our production crew members here. In fact, our producer has it going on too. So if we had a snafu, it's again the Wi-Fi. I can't ever say I'm sorry enough. Okay, so we're back to live action here. 3:12 to go. Swings it around. Rockford with a 1-zip lead has the ball. Right side flat. Long shot put up, but easily corralled that time by Roberts.
Ready and a good job knocking that ball down. Didn't let it slip behind her.
You're not going to beat Roberts very often, especially if you throw it right at her chest. And we got a kick out coming up here. First exclusion of the game, trying to see who it's going to be on. Oh, yep, going to that's actually on 10 Brink, the senior. So let's see how the Eagles take advantage of this 6-on-5.
Yeah, it looked like an impediment on the drive there.
Wide open at about 5 meters, takes a shot, field blocked. And it goes out of bounds. That'll be Rams' ball. So a nice job killing off that opening kick out.
Yeah, great job with that field block there. We mentioned it yesterday. Field blocks can change the game for you.
Long stretch pass up the pool. It comes to Gears. Gears, though, wisely tries to kick it back, but the pressure comes late, and it's a steal by Hudsonville. Great defensive effort there as Gears was calling for a foul, even in ordinary. She didn't get it. Possession goes back to the Eagles.
Yeah, a good no call there, I think, by the officials. It was 1-on-2. There really wasn't much of an advantage there.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. That was defensive. That's their job, actually, on that second defender helping out. Up to the or actually brings it down to the, we're going to call it a modified wing, but the pass is intercepted. Nicely done there. Boy, sniffing that one out was 10 Brink.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised right now. The Hudsonville outside shooters seem a little tentative, and maybe it's just that first quarter jitters because Hudsonville has a lot of good shooters.
From the outside, and great defensive play right now, locked down. They finally get it for the Rams up to the side, but the defense gets it back, kicks it back out. Still 10 seconds on the shot clock, up to the left side flat at about 8 meters. Doesn't see it coming, gives it over to, we're going to call it the wing. Long shot put up, hit the cage, goes out of bounds, and it will be possession back to the Eagles.
Yeah, nice read there also by Elsie to not go up and tip it out of bounds. She saw that going high, even though it hit the top of the crossbar. Might be a little too close to comfort for some coaches.
I was thinking that too. You definitely saw she was letting it go. Up to the point, takes a quick shot, hits the crossbar. Rams could have had, or excuse me, Hudsonville could have had it back, but it bounced right into the hands of Josie Gears, who just seems to be right now everywhere for Rockford.
Yeah, and at least there, Hudsonville finally had an outside shooter. Take a look, had a good look. Just got to follow through and finish.
Pass down low, intended for Rickard, but it was just ahead of her, and Hudsonville goes back the other way, has an opportunity here. The pass was a 50-50 ball, but they end up with it. Nice turn there, but the Rams get back. Now there's a battle down in the left side hole. That's an ordinary foul. Kicks it out, right side flat is wide open. Skip shot, hits the post. 50-50 ball. Originally she was going to go for it, she didn't, and now she causes her defense, and we're going to have a kick out, not a 5-meter. And what do we got?
It's a free throw.
Okay, now that was the one I questioned about last night in the last game. They had to pop it first and send the free throw. Partially deflected, still Hudsonville ball. Down to 20 on the shot clock. Takes the shot. It was open. Lob shot puts up and hits the post again.
Yeah.
And we're down to 18 seconds in the first quarter. You see Katie Claren jumping at the top of her lungs, telling Sophie Stallworth to swim it up. 10 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Rockford up by a penny. 7 seconds. Stallworth at mid-pool. 5 seconds. She's at still 9 meters. 2, 1. Takes a shot. Hits the post. Is it in? It's not, and it's going to end the period. Oh, my goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Yeah.
What a cannon there by Stallworth.
Yeah, so the posts have been active today, but on that exclusion, since the exclusion on Hudsonville's possession happened inside 2 meters, the free throws got to come at least to the 2-meter line or outside. So when I believe it was Taylor Wilson kicked the ball out, at that point a free throw hadn't happened. So that's why the officials blew the whistle to get the attention of the players, that they had to put the ball in play and take that free throw. So I think it was a good job by the officials. I like that wasn't a penalty just because, at least from our vantage point, even though Taylor did look like she had inside water, her head was kind of underwater. And as an offensive player, if you keep your head up, then you're a much bigger offensive threat, which opens the door for the official to call the penalty there.
Indeed. So, folks, if you're just joining us right now, we're in the championship game. Another time that Rockford and Hudsonville, two of the perennial powerhouses in the state, are doing battle. One of these teams is going to be the 2022 MWPA Women's State Champion. That said, let's go back and look at the other games throughout the day. In the battle for 7th place, it was Skyline beating Grand Blanc. Grand Blanc, their first time ever here at the state tournament for the girls, and while they did not win a game this year and finish 8th in the state tournament, it was a great tournament for Grand Blanc as they lost 2 games by 1 goal. We're in every one, but congratulations to Rebecca Godick and Skyline as they take 7th place with a 4-3 victory back at 10 o'clock this morning. Our second game today was pretty much one-sided, taking nothing away from the Ann Arbor Pioneers. But the fact of the matter is the number 1 seed, Ann Arbor Huron, had something to prove, and they did just that in the battle for 5th place, as Huron will capture 5th place with a 15-zip win over Pioneer. That will allow Ann Arbor Pioneer and Will Hart's squad to finish 6th in the state in 2022. And obviously in our battle for 3rd place, in a super exciting game, how many times do you hear an empty net goal wins the game in water polo? Well, that was the case today, as it was Jennison on a darn near buzzer beater, beating Granville 6-5 in a spectacular game. The congratulations to the Jennison Wildcats, as they will be number 3 in the state, with Granville, who had a spectacular season as well, will end up with the Bulldogs finishing 4th. That leads us to the second quarter here. Rockford on top 1-zip. Who wants to win the state championship?
Yeah, been a great day of water polo so far, and so far 1 quarter has lived up to the hype.
All right. There's the whistle. I didn't even see. Who is our – I know Daniel Aisman is the one I can see.
And Peter.
Okay, Peter's on the other side. So Peter and Daniel got this championship game. They did the previous game as well. I think they've done a very good job and super consistent. Daniel was giving me grief for questioning some of the shots. Takes a shot just over the cage. Questioning. He watched the YouTube yesterday.
Peter was making fun of me for our 2-meter calls that we were making up here.
What are you going to do? But and that's the interesting part. And I told Daniel, because the biggest one for me, and that was what it came down to, was actually mine was for the 5-meter call on the timeout. And I was never disputing whether, as the shot with a chance to tie it gets inside, good defensive play, just an ordinary. Got to bring it back outside too. I'll finish that thought after this play, as Hudsonville with a good advantage here. Going right to left on your dial. Long swing over to, and that's a shot clock violation. Possession goes to the Rams.
Yeah, both coaches on that ordinary call wanted a different call, which was kind of interesting to see.
Neither of them liked the call, but it wasn't for the same reason. That's how it's always going to be.
Katie wanted a turnover because she thought the ball hit the end line. And I think Ian wanted an exclusion or a 5-meter.
Nice pass down low. Rickard had it, but couldn't pick it up quick enough. Now she gets the ordinary, kicks it back out, thinks about the shot, takes the shot. Too high once again. That one was taken by Ashley Lund out of bounds, in possession will go to Roberts and the Eagles.
Yeah, Rockford's just got to find their center, find their legs, and make sure they follow through and finish on those shots.
1-zip, Rockford still on top. 5:45 to go here in the first half. Hudsonville cycling the ball around. No worry. There's a nice skip shot. It gets over Sophie Stallworth. That's one I'm sure she would like to have back, as the sophomore Sydney Klein puts the biscuit in the basket, and we're tied at 1 apiece.
Yeah, again, another goal, and I'm sure the goalie will look back at it. Man, I wish I had that one. It's 1-1 though, so they just got to move on from it. Both goalies have been playing very well so far today.
And both of those were ones that are not those aren't the spectacular, beautiful shots. Those are ones that's just water polo right there, as the Rams try to come back. Ordinary foul at about the 4-meter. He's going to kick it back out to the left side flat. Wants to shoot, cross cage. Was it tipped? It was. 2-meter.
Yep, a nice block there by Elsie.
Swimming it back out is Ashley Lund to the 2-meter. They want her to go even further back out.
You've got to bring it by the lane line.
There it is. Pops it. Swings it over. Dangerous pass. Backhand shoots. Saved. Loose ball picked up by the Eagles. Oh, baby. That one hit Roberts in the face for the second time. She turned all the way around, but was still able to pick it back up for a Ram was there.
Yeah, she's seeing the ball well and finding her angles and position well, being Johnny on the spot on that one.
But as a coach, I'm sure Ian was holding his breath, seeing her get hit in the face on those ones.
You always do.
Skip shot missed, field block, possession goes to the Rams. Still 1-1, 4:55 to go. Elsie Trax, though, is good as anybody in the game.
Yes.
And she's just a sophomore. That, to me, is the most remarkable part. As Faith Bargwell brings it up, kicks it over to Lund. Lund being guarded tightly by Van Erden. Ordinary foul. 13 on the shot clock, left side flat. Rickard has it. She gets ordinary fouled. Has a driver coming in with 10 seconds to go, but the pass is blocked. Gets it on her back, shoots, and it goes over the cage. Actually, surprisingly, got a little bit on that was Adriana Alcala.
Yep. and again, just a little too much on it, a little high.
Eagles looking for their first lead of the game. This game's knotted at 1 with 4 minutes to go in the first half. Left side flat, tries to get it down to the hole set. Good defense, takes a shot, got a lot on it. Rebound, puts it up. That time, stone cold stop by Stallworth.
Yeah, both these goalies have put their goals they've given up behind them and have refound their high level of play. Great stop there.
Straight up 4 minutes to go here in the first half. 1-1 is our score. State championship game. Tries to get it down to Rickard. Rams do. Ordinary foul. 9 on the shot clock. Let's see who gets it. Down to the hole set. Backhand. Way off the mark. Great defense there by Tuttle. Tuttle denied her, and there was no chance at a well-executed shot on that play.
Yeah, and I like that the officials are letting the kids kind of play this out. I've seen some battles on the far side of the pool, especially when Rockford's on offense.
1-1 is our score. Now we're down to 3.5 to go. What do we got? 6-on-5 coming up here for the Eagles once again. I guess that one's on Bargwell. I didn't see it.
I think there might have been a two-hand sink there, but it was kind of hard to tell.
Swimming it up, takes a shot, hits the post again. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you right now, the Rams and Sophie Stallworth are living a charmed life as the post has been a friend. Taking nothing away from the play of Stallworth, but we talked about that in the last 2 games. As a goalie, you have no better friend in this universe than those 3 posts.
Yeah, definitely. And I tell you, as a coach, when your team's doing that, you just keep encouraging him to fire the ball. Don't get discouraged. Eventually, you're going to find that right bounce into the cage.
Rickard has it, being guarded tightly. 3 on the shot clock. She's outside 6. She can shoot it. She does shoot it. It's saved. What a save by Elise Roberts. We are seeing a goaltending clinic right now here at the Canham Natatorium.
Yeah, last game and now this game, the goalie battle has been very, very interesting to see.
Entertaining, and it's what you want the young kids who are learning the sport. What a pass. Doesn't want to get the foul, and another good save there. We go. I'm telling you, you get out of the pot and into the fryer right now as these 2 goalies are showing that they have ice water in their veins.
Yeah, and Rockford did a good job boxing out there.
Pass up the pool. Let's see where they're going to call it. On Rockford. Possession goes back to the Eagles. But good job by the 2 teams to get back in. There's no advantage clearly here for the Eagles. Tries to get it down to the hole set. 50-50 ball. Who wants it? Ordinary foul called on the Rams. Eagles with 16 on the shot clock. Long pass across the pool. Has a good look. Instead kicks it back out to the top. Still 12 on the shot clock. Minute 50 on the game clock here in the first half. 1-1 is our score. Long shot on the cage. Hits the post again. And Sophie Stallworth again says, thank you very much. I'll take that. And back come the Rams.
Yeah, again, Hudsonville, it can be discouraging seeing that happen so much, but you got to keep firing the ball.
Down to the hole set. 1-on-1 battle. Picks it up. Wants to shoot it. Backhand, didn't get anything on it. Nice attempt there by Tenbrink. And here comes the Eagles again.
Yeah, Hudsonville won an offensive foul there, but I don't actually believe that the center, when she spun back around, grabbed the defender. She just did a full turn to get back in a better position.
Bringing the ball up the pool right now, it's Kuiper. Kuiper tries to get it down to the hole. That could have been a kick out, I thought.
Certainly could have been an ordinary.
Possession back to the Rams.
Officials maybe thought that pass was too high and not in a good position.
Bargwell, though, is rewarded, and possession goes to Rockford now with under a minute to go in the half. We're still seeing left, right, up, down. 1 pass up. Swings it over, right side wing. What do we got? A kick out. 6-on-5 here for Rockford. Are they going to call? And, yep, they call their timeout. Yeah. You saw that one coming right away, and Katie just wants the setup. With 44 seconds remaining here in the first half, Rockford with a chance to take the lead.
And I like that timeout, kind of settle things down late in the half in a tie game. Gives your kids a chance to set up and think about what they're going to do.
All right. Sophie Stallworth has it, fires it up, right side wing. Gets it over to Rickard. Rickard, her pass, too much mustard on it. Over the head of Bargwell. She's going to have to swim it up. Back out to the top. It comes 6 on 5 for another 8 seconds. They're trying to get it down low. They do. That's Rickard. Rickard at 3 meters. Swims in more. Swims it across. Oh, she should have taken that one. We're back to even strength now. What are they going to do? Nobody wants to shoot it, and it's easily corralled as it hits Roberts in the chest.
Yeah, nice stop there.
Foul call on the Rams. Possession stays with Hudsonville. This is the final 13 seconds. You see Ian Hewitt tells Roberts to swim the ball up. She's at near half pool, but doesn't want to go any further, and I understand why. Perfect pass down low. Takes the shot, saved, and we're going to halftime at 1. Why not? Why not have another great save there by Sophie Stallworth as, let's see, who do you want to say has had a better first half? Elise Roberts or Sophie Stallworth? I don't care which team you're rooting for. I don't care if you're rooting for any of these teams. You're seeing some great goaltending and some spectacular defensive play by these two teams. And because of it, we're tied 1-1 at the half. There will be 14 minutes remaining of water polo to decide who will be the champions. Matt and I will step out for a quick breather. We'll be back with the second half. Keep it here on the MWPA Network. Welcome back here, sports fans. We are on the campus of University of Michigan here at the Canham Natatorium. This is the MWPQ to our director and producer, Chase Joseph. I'm Joey Sutherland. Matt Latham is our color commentator here for this championship game. 7 minutes is on the clock. The two officials are back into their respective positions, and we are just moments away from the second half sprint. There's the whistle, and here's the sprint.
Excellent first half. Let's see if the second half can follow that and be just as exciting.
Sprint won by the Rams. Ashley Lund has it. Gives the ball off to Gears. Gears gets it down quickly, kicks it back out. Good job there because the crash came down. Now they get it over to Rickard. Rickard pops it, swims it up. I don't think she's live. Takes the shot, though, but a great save regardless by Roberts.
Yeah, another good stop there.
Long stretch pass on the dime. And the Eagles will get it, but the great defensive play by Rickard and an even better job there by Tuttle to swim to it. Ordinary foul at about 7 meters, or 8 meters. Now swings it over right side, over to Van Erden. Finds Kuiper. Kuiper gets it down low to one of the double hole set there. Tries to find the other. Weird bounce, and it's going to be possession to Rockford.
Yeah, another good defensive crash there by Rockford. Get that ball under.
I think I would have liked to seen Taylor Wilson take that shot and the first pass down to the hole.
Yeah, certainly had an opportunity to.
Speaking down to the hole, offensive foul called on the Rams. Possession's going to Hudsonville.
Yeah, she was locked up before that ball started to come in.
That one was called on Gears. Rams bringing it up right now. I beg your pardon, the Eagles are bringing it up right now. Kuiper uncontested right now, gets to the flat. Up to the point it comes. Good pressure, though, by Rockford. Now it's single hole set. Swings it back out. Long shot, cross cage, hits the post again. It did get by Stallworth. Tipped up, hits the post. Possession stays with the Eagles. Quickly, they kick it back out. 30 seconds gone here in the third quarter. Still tied 1-1. Right side flat, wants to shoot. Lob shot put up, hits the post again. Back up to the point. Long shot put, blocked down, saved this time by Stallworth. And it will be Rockford ball. Holy guacamole, Batman. We are seeing a force field around the goal by Sophie Stallworth right now.
Yeah, nice job on Sophie. I think she got her fingertips on the initial shot that led it to being deflected off the post.
Down to the hole set here for the Rams, but at about 5 meters. On her back, she scores! Are you kidding me? From her back, Josie Gears, the all-region first-team senior.
By Josie Gears, she's been open a little bit, and she did not hesitate to finish that opportunity. Good finish from her back, too.
Oh, my goodness. I thought that was exceptional defense there, Matt, by Hudsonville, and somehow she was able to still put the biscuit in the basket. Hudsonville now trailing with 4:30 to go in the third. Again, there is no panic in this. And on the shot clock, left side flat, maybe the point. Long shot, hit, scores! Finding the back of the net is Jenna Kuiper on a nifty dish from Ellie Tuttle, and this game is tied 2-2.
Yeah, Jenna with a great bar-in shot there, and that's what Hudsonville needs to do if they want to open things up in the middle.
And I like something that you said in the first half. The Eagles just got to keep shooting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the shots are bad. They're just hitting posts or just off the mark. So you keep firing away, good things will happen. 2-2 is our score. 4:20 to go here in the third. Great defense continues. That's a ball under. Nope, ordinary foul is called. Apparently outside of 6. Instead, Rickard gives it down low. Want to get it to the hole. It's not really there. Instead, the pass goes directly to Taylor Wilson, who said, "Are you sure you meant that to go to me? I'll take it." And back come the Eagles.
Good team defense there by Hudsonville.
Straight up 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter, and a game tied 2-2 to decide the state champion. Up to the top it comes. Van Erden thinks about shooting, swings it down low, had a quick look, waited a second too long. She can still swim it up. Instead, fires it, just a bit too high. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. That's a shot clock violation. Possession's going to go to Rockford. Oh, that was close.
That was closer, but I get not calling that one because the defender.
What do we got? Now are they talking about exactly what I was?
I think they might be doing a double exclusion. Oh, no, a suit malfunction.
Oh, hate when that happens.
Suit needs to be zipped up.
Zippity-doo-dah there on Rickard. Mackenzie Rickard, the junior. She is all dressed up and now has a place to go. Fresh 30 as they're going to force Stallworth back to the 2-meter mark. And now she'll fire it up, and who gets the ball? No, who else but Mackenzie Rickard. She swims it up to about 8 meters, wants to get it to the hole. Instead, kicks it out. Long shot, easily saved there by the sophomore Roberts.
Yeah, nice stop again. Tracking that ball very well on those outside shots.
Fires the ball up the pool. This Hudsonville Eagle team is even under a close and very entertaining game. They show no panic ever. What a quick shot. And actually for the whole set there, Widener had a better look than I thought she should, being double teamed.
Yep, and a good quality finish there, but Sophie was equal to the task. And yeah, Hudsonville, when you've been there and you've won so much, you know what it takes, so there usually is going to be a little less panic in your game.
Under 3 minutes now to go in the third, still tied 2-2. Looking for a driver, nobody there, 5 on the shot clock. Great defensive work here, and Tuttle causes the ball under. Possession goes back to the Eagles. She kicks it over to Roberts. Roberts looks over the pool and fires it up finally to Kuiper. Jenna Kuiper is going to pass it up instead of swim it up. She finds Klein, the sophomore. Sydney Klein thinks about it. Left side over to Tuttle. Tuttle back out to the top. It comes to Van Erden. Van Erden swings it over to Kuiper. Kuiper with a lob shot, and it was just tipped, and I mean just tipped by Stallworth. And what does it hit after that? The upper crossbar.
But a good stop there again by Sophie, tracking that lob shot well.
This is you have to really know water polo to realize how great this is. Had an open, but the pass is off the mark, and the Eagles will get it.
Yeah, good press there on the ball to prevent that entry pass in the center.
I think Ashley Lund would like to have that pass back. Good stretch pass. Look at this. Opportunity here for the Eagles. Kuiper has it. Fires it away. I think she should have brought it up. Instead, kicks it back out. Now the Eagles will set up. 15 on the shot clock. Minute 45 on the game clock here in the third quarter. 2-2 is our score. Cycles it down. There's an open look. No defense. Fires it, and it gets in. It's the way to beat right now. These goalies are the excuse me shots.
Yeah, that one trickled in too as well, but no hesitation there on the outside shot, and now Hudsonville has their first lead of the game.
Yeah, that was Sydney Klein who fired that one, and it didn't have much on it, but the truth of the matter was Stallworth was waiting for something with more zip on it. First lead of the game here for Hudsonville. They're on top 3-2. Ordinary foul. Looking for somebody to get open, but right now there's not a ram open. Finally gets one. Backhand shot, though, couldn't get anything on it. That was Gears. Possession will go back to Hudsonville on top 3-2 with a minute 15 to go in the third. This next goal, I think, is huge. More important for Rockford than it is for Hudsonville, but Rockford does not want to trail by 2.
Yeah, it's kind of like that last game. If the team gets up certainly by 3, you kind of wonder where that leaves the other team.
And there's the second goal. Not to be denied there was Taylor Wilson doing what she does best. She had a 1-on-2, but she actually had some safe water. She positioned her body, made the turn, put the biscuit in the basket, and Hudsonville is now on top.
All-state player and Taylor Wilson, and we just commented how the next goal is going to be big. I certainly think now the next goal is humongous, similar to the last game. Playing a 3-goal lead is huge at this point, so I know Rockford is going to really want to get that next goal.
All right, and here's one. Those times,
we would always have timeout plays that we'd want to do, and it wouldn't necessarily be time, but certainly when you're in a position, I would expect Rockford to try to do something here, something they practice quite a bit, because they certainly need a conversion right now, late here in the third quarter.
And I would definitely expect to see Ian Hewitt's defense against Rockford. 1:01 to go, 30 on the shot clock. After the timeout, Stallworth has it, pops it, fires it up one. Bargwell has it, but she's being guarded tightly by Widener. Ordinary foul once again, still 26 on the shot clock. What do we got? Offensive foul on Rockford.
Failed to put the ball in play.
So possession's going back to the Eagles, up by 2. And that one kind of stings. It will be Ashley Lund, showing why she's so fast.
Yeah, and I like that. I know the Hudsonville bench, I think, was calling for that to be their ball, but I like that call going the other way. It looked like the offensive player or the Hudsonville player may have something reading the Rockford player there.
I mean, Taylor Wilson is no slouch by any stretch of the imagination there. 13 on the shot clock, 25 on the game clock here in the third quarter. 4-2, Hudsonville on top. Kicked, and it's still in play, 6 seconds. Ordinary foul with 4 seconds. You can see Ian Hewitt wanting people, and I'd just dump it. Instead, she shoots it, hits the post. It's a live ball. Nobody goes after it. 10 seconds to go. They're going to play for the last shot here. Roberts fires it up quickly, 7 seconds. You got to press here. Long shot, cross cage, but saved that time by Stallworth, and that's going to do it for the third quarter. An exciting third quarter if you're a Hudsonville fan. They are now 7 minutes away from a 5-peat as they are on top of Rockford 4-2 as we go into the final stanza. Remember, it was tied 2-2 at the half. 2 uncontested goals there by the Eagles. They are now 1 period away from another state championship. We'll have that for you in just a few moments. Keep it here on the MWPA Network. Joey Sutherland and Matt Latham with you here at the Donald B. Canham Natatorium as we're getting set for the fourth quarter here of this exciting state championship game. Now, I talked, Matt, a little bit about having a conversation with the two coaches before the game, and based on that, the big thing for Katie Claren is she didn't want a couple players to beat her. And while you're going to give up goals more than likely in every game, I think their game plan has been successful, but they now just have to find a way for offense. Ian Hewitt's group, they've done a great job of continuing to play their own game.
Yep, and they did not panic even though they gave up the first goal, fell behind 2-1. Rockford, you're not quite in the position where you got to start taking chances or crazy chances, but it doesn't hurt maybe to throw in a wrinkle here early on to try to see if you get some momentum back in your corner.
Rockford is 3 for 3 on the sprints. And they will make it 4-4, and pretty much Hudsonville was relegated to letting them have it and just setting up defensively as swinging the ball up to the point. Now but the pass comes down low. Late defensive pressure comes on her back, and another great save by Roberts.
Yeah, great stop by Roberts. Adriana didn't have a great angle there, but she still got a good look at it.
And Alcala just has such a good arm. Gets it down to the hole. There's an opportunity here. Takes a shot. What a save right back by Stallworth.
Another strong read by a goalie. Kind of cheated over a little bit to her left because that's where the center had to go with the shot.
They bring it up the pool. 1 minute gone in the fourth. Still 4-2 Hudsonville. You know Katie Claren's crew would love to get a goal back here. On her back, shoot, scores! There it is, and who is it? Adriana Alcala, the junior, from on her back has made it a 1-goal game.
Yeah, this time she kind of took her time after she stepped out, looked at the entire cage, and found the open spot. That is a huge goal a minute into the fourth quarter that brings Rockford right back into this game.
Exactly 6 minutes remaining in regulation. 4-3 Hudsonville. And again, even as you look, now this is the first time we've really seen Hewitt stand up and stay there, but you don't see like biscuit in the basket and answer the goal from Rockford and make it back to a 2-goal game with 5:44 to go.
Yeah, great look by McKalen there to get that ball on cage, upper corner on cross cage shot. Back up by 2.
And really, truthfully, that is one of the hardest goals to defend as a goalie.
Yep.
Swings it over. Pressure still coming. Constant, relentless pressure from the Eagles. Down low it comes. On the back, could have been a foul, no call. I like the no call.
Yep, good no call there.
As they're going to bring it up the pool. And now with it once again is Kuiper. Kuiper swims it up, gets inside 7 meters. Down to the hole set it comes, 1-on-1.
There by Allie.
2 minutes gone, though, into the fourth quarter. Straight up 5 minutes to go. 5-3, Hudsonville on top. Trying to get the turn, continuing to fight, but that's going to be a steal. Nope, an ordinary foul. Ooh, that was close.
That was close.
Gets it down to the hole, but it's triple teamed. Still has it, and it's an ordinary is called, and they'll have a person open. Hurry if they quick. Gets it inside, shoots it, scores! Number 12, Ashley Lund gets it on a perfect pass from Alcala, and it's back to a 1-goal game with 4:44. You can see Hewitt. He said his piece to the official, and then he just said, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, the defender from behind, though, you got to show your hands if you don't want the referee to call that. She didn't, which opens the door for the referee to make a call because your hands are in the water, whether or not you're really doing anything. And I get there's a 1-on-3, but just show your hands, and that becomes a steal.
Instead, it's a 1-goal game, and let's see if that rejuvenates the Rams. Hudsonville looking to get the ball down. There's a 50-50 ball, and it's going to be intercepted by Rockford. Look at this. Oh, she threw it back and didn't look up the pool. All by her lonesome was Lund. Now the long stretch pass is a great pass, but a better defensive play, and here comes the help, and it's going to be a turnover. Good call, ball under.
Yep, waited too long to drop the ball there.
Long stretch pass back the other way. Has the isolation down in the hole set. But here comes the help. What do we got? A kick out. 6-on-5 for the Eagles. And a timeout is being taken. Holy guacamole. It is one thing after another. This is so entertaining. And every little wrinkle, every little part of the game, every point, counterpoint, we are seeing it. There are great players, great teams, great coaches, great officiating, and right now we've got a great game, and there is absolutely no question.
But I absolutely agree with the exclusion there. Again, the defender was just pulling back and not allowing the center to make any type of move, so that's going to lead to an exclusion more often than not, especially when they're isolated like that.
I think if she could have just got her hips around a little bit, she might have been more in a position to get the ordinary opposed to the kick out. But I agree with you on that one 100% that was the right call.
And I also think this is a very good timeout for Hudsonville to kind of regroup, talk it through.
Playing devil's advocate on this one, with the timeout, which I do think is a good timeout, one of two things happens, though, after this one. Either they get it back to a 2 with 4 to go.
That's a coach's life for you right there, though.
Heads I win, tails you lose. Back to live action we go here. Elsie Roberts pops the ball. We're back to live play. Swings it over. Right side flat, right side post. Now comes in, has an opportunity. What do we got?
Second exclusion there, 6-on-4.
6-on-4, that's going to be an easy goal. One pass in, number 5 puts the biscuit in the basket. McKaylin Van Erden, her second goal for the junior, and it's a 2-goal lead for the Eagles.
Looked like a suit grab there on what I would call the 2 post, which is why that got called.
And to be honest with you, I never saw and I'm not disputing it, I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I wasn't looking down there, but the Rockford assistant coaches were letting Katie. Katie wasn't sure, but she looked back and they showed her what their player did.
All right, so that means it was a good call. And the biggest, that's not correct, is it? No, it's 6-4.
It's 6-4 right now.
Yeah, it's not a. Let's see if somebody notices it. Long shot. Nice save. That might be the best save of the game there for Roberts. But it goes back to Rockford. I don't know why. And a kick out is being called now.
He I think they corrected the scoreboard. I think the official just got turned around there on the call and there was a pullback. And that's why he called an offensive. But once he realized which way the teams were going, He called the ball out, corrected himself, which is what a good official should do.
And that's going to be on Tenbrink, and that's at least 2 on her.
Don't see the red flag going up.
And Katie's asking for an explanation, but I'm not sure. They get it down. 6-on-5 again here for Hudsonville. They use that 6-on-5 to make it a 2-goal advantage. Nice swing pass over, wants to shoot. Instead, Tuttle gets pushed away, fires it back up to the post. Swims it up, still uncontested. Nicely done there. Takes a shot, finds the back of the net. That's huge. That could be the dagger there as Jenna Kuiper puts the biscuit in the basket. And for the first time today, the Eagles, with 3:20 to go, are up by a field goal.
Yeah, again, another good look on the 6-on-5. Jenna got in pretty deep towards the 2-meter there to get that look. Very hard shot for Sophie to stop.
Rockford now is almost in what you would call desperation mode, down by 3 for the first time today. Ordinary foul. Back-to-back conversions of a 6-on-5 for the Eagles. Long pass over, takes the shot. Oh, didn't quite finish on that shot there. It was a great open look by Taylor Scott, but she did not finish the shot there, Matt.
Yep, again, just another shot over the cage. I mean, if I'm Rockford, though, you really got to start pressing, trying to force some turnovers.
Shot deflected and actually kept in the field of play. Nicely done there by Stallworth.
Yeah, another good stop. I really would like to see Rockford start to press here, though, so that even that center entry pass doesn't even happen, and you still might force a turnover.
Now, if they look, they can go down to the wing here quickly. Waited, well, now getting back, but actually leads to a better isolation opportunity here. Long shot, and just so easily tracked right there by Roberts.
Yep, nice focus there by Roberts, able to knock that down.
We talked about this yesterday, Matt. You're getting close to the 2-minute mark. If you can't pull it back within 2 with 2 minutes to go, it's more and more difficult, if not almost impossible.
Yeah, Rockford still does have 2 timeouts on the table.
Nice job cycling the ball around here for the Eagles. Down low it comes. Has a good look here. Might take the shot. Does. And you know what? That is just nothing short of a remarkable shot there by Sydney Klein. She's seen where the 2 goals, some of the I don't want to say softer goals, but the less likely goals, and that's a ball under.
Yep, it was a nice pass too. Unfortunately, Josie just couldn't corral it.
And now you can see Hudsonville is content taking time off the clock as well. Is once we get under 1:30, that does not guarantee 3 possessions anymore. Offensive foul, break there for Rockford. Ordinary foul. Long stretch pass over, but not seeing it, now does. We'll be able to kick it back out at about 7 meters. That's too long of a shot, and again, easily tracked by Roberts. 1:15 to go. I hold on to that ball a little longer. Maybe I'm crazy. I've never won a state championship, but that might be one. I let the goalie hold on to it till they defend me.
Yeah, you start to bleed the clock, certainly.
Gets it down low. Defense, good defense. That's going to lead to a Rockford steal, but we're under 1 minute to go, 7-4. Katie's holding on to those timeouts unless they can make it at least within 2. One pass up. Nice pass on the dime. Tries to get it down to the whole set. Kicks it back out. 12 on the shot clock, 40 on the game clock. Long shot, shoots off the mark, out of bounds. 30 seconds to go. Timeout taken by Hudsonville. And for all practical purposes, they are in celebration time. As coming into the game right now, it's going to be Avery Morin.
Yeah, at this point, with a 7-second differential between the game clock and shot clock, you would expect that Hudsonville would just spread out and kill the entire 30 seconds.
What you're going to do here, folks, is we get ready. Now, it is not over yet, but if you know water polo, if it was 2 goals in 37 seconds, you still think there's a potential chance. Honestly, with that third goal was the nail in the coffin. It's just one too many chances.
Yeah, we talked about it in the third quarter that a 3-goal lead in this game is huge with just how the defenses and the goalies were playing. Rockford was able to convert early in this quarter to get it to 1. Hudsonville, though, like a champion, it's champions die hard. They responded, stayed calm, and responded to what Rockford did here in the fourth quarter.
And I didn't mention this earlier, but one of the things that Ian Hewitt talked about was the level of competition they've had all year. But even more was that last game last night against Granville that went 8-6. That was really still a close game till the very last second as well, and that put them in a good situation to be prepared for a game like this.
Yep, oh, most definitely. Plus getting that break overnight I think certainly helps. That was a tough physical game.
There's the whistle. Now Rockford doing what I like to see, and that's having the press go everywhere.
Yep, bring the goalie out.
Fires it over, now jumps on it, tries to get the ordinary. Does. 24 seconds left in the game. You got to be careful on that one. Oh, my goodness gracious. That was almost a scored on yourself kind of play there. 7 seconds on the shot clock, 14 on the game clock. Could take a desperation heave here. Instead, she's just going to dump it. Well done here. 8 seconds to go. I don't think Katie's going to call a timeout.
Yeah, 3 goals in 8 seconds is a lot to ask for.
Fires it up the pool. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let me tell you this, folks. Congratulations to the Hudsonville Eagles as they are now a 5-peat champion. Ian Hewitt and his Eagles have defeated the Rams of Rockford 7-4, repeating their regional victory over Rockford, and now they can say the crown is coming home. The Eagles once again have shown they are deeper, stronger, and have the resilience to win a 5th straight state championship. Congratulations to the Hudsonville Eagles. Tip your cap to Katie Claren and the Rockford Rams. They put up a great fight. It was 2-2 at halftime. They did a lot of what they said they had to do. In the end, though, really truthfully, it's just such a very, very good, if not great, if not exceptional Hudsonville team.
Yeah, and great sportsmanship here as the players are actually foregoing the handshakes and actually going through a hugging line, I guess you would call it. This is great to see two teams that just fought tooth and nail all season, not just today. Congratulations there to Hudsonville. Like I said, being a champion, being there before, staying calm certainly came in their corner today. And congratulations to Rockford on being here, being the state runner-up. A phenomenal season for them, which I think they improved on their, I think it was 4th place finish a year ago. So there's nothing to be ashamed about or sad about. You can be happy about how the entire weekend went and the effort put forth by everybody.
Well, I can tell you, I think we're a few seconds away from seeing Ian Hewitt take a shower. That is definitely going to be, obviously it's a tradition as the girls, after they hug, shake hands, and give the congratulations to the runner-up, the Rams of Rockford, they're going in and doing some celebration. Cool and the gang said it best, and it's time to celebrate if you are a fan of the Hudsonville Eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a few things. I want to thank the officiating crew this weekend. They did a spectacular job. All of our officials, our goal judges, our table help, the MWPA board, the Skyline team, the Skyline parents for hosting this, even though it was at the U of M. We want to thank University of Michigan for allowing us to afford our girls the opportunity to play here. I want to thank Matt Latham for helping us here, doing some color commentating. Harrison Watt, who not only did about half the play-by-play, but he also continued to keep the website activated. A big thank you to Chase Joseph, our director and producer. He has been here for all 12 games this weekend and done nothing short of a remarkable job. My name's Joey Sutherland, folks. It has truly been a humbling weekend of water polo, just one of those that you will not forget. Here's the funny part. As great as and exciting and as happy as we are for the Hudsonville Eagles, we are going to say, hey, you know what? Let's do this again in 6 days, as we're going to start actually in 2 pools. We're going to have day 1 of the men's state championship coming up this week. I encourage you to check out the MWPA website for all the game times, and actually we're going to have dual streams going simultaneously. Harrison will be at one pool, I'll be at the other. That's going to just about do it. Once again, the 2022 season is in the books for the women's MWPA season, and the champion is the same champion we've had for the previous 4 years. Congratulations to Ian Hewitt and the Hudsonville Eagles, because, girls, you are the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor and a privilege. Until next time, thank you for watching. God bless and have a great evening.